The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets blow. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it all goes down, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets blow. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it all goes down, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday to everyone. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to a restful weekend and a happy Labor Day. Happy Labor Day. Today's Labor Day in Jamaica. Everyone had a project that they wanted to do and got it done. Today's topic is just a matter of time with your host, Mystic Sensation, Pastor Ricky Melting Pot. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. There's a lot of persons in the chat right now, so I am just going to do an umbrella welcome to everyone in the chat. And I want to say a special shout out to Reggae Girl, our channel member. Bless up yourself. Thank you so much for tuning in. And also Falmouth Girl 2, another of our channel members. And blessed up to all the moderators and also everyone in the chat. Before we start, I am just going to ask Pastor Ricky to lead us off in a word of prayer.
Good evening, Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie. God bless you. Good evening, Sir Melting Pot, Lady Pot. God bless you. Good evening, everyone in the chat. And let us pray. Father, we thank you for allowing us to come to the end of the work week. We thank you as we embrace the weekend with a heart of anticipation and expectation for miracles, signs, and wonders in each and every one of our lives. We continue to say thank you, Jesus. We present tonight's program show in your hands, and we are grateful for this space, this opportunity to share on this platform. And so we thank you for your daughter, Lady Anne Marie, as she navigates through each clips, videos, and documents. We thank you that you continue to lead her thoughts and her thinking, to guide her fingers. We bind any interferences, any distractions, whether it's in the chat, we bind any glitches with the technology or the internet, and we loose your spirit to lead and to guide. We thank you for your son, Sir Byron. Bless the both of them and their marriage and children and grandchildren. We ask, oh God, that you will continue to use him to educate, empower, to equip the masses, those who are in the chat, those who will watch after the live is in, those who are on their way to join. Continue to give your son the strength, the courage, the boldness that he needs to speak truth to power. We thank you for your son, Sir Melton Pot, and his wife. Continue to bless them and bless their marriage, children, and grandchildren. Continue, oh God, to reach down and touch his wife and allow your healing virtues to continue to saturate her from the crown of her head, hallelujah, to the sole of her feet. Continue to order your steps, son, Melting Pot, your son, according to his will and according to your will and your ways. Let no evil befall him, his children and grandchildren. In the name of Jesus, bless everyone in the chat, their spouses, children, and family. Meet them at their needs according to your riches and glory in Christ Jesus. And as we come tonight to do more exposure, to speak truth to power, we pray, mighty God, that those who are corrupt and involved in criminality in the Jamaica Labour Party and the government, their cronies and associates, that you will bring them, oh God, to a place of justice, oh God, and for those who are oppressing the poor, the needy, the less fortunate, the vulnerable, the people of Jamaica, we pray that you will fight against those who fight against your people, strive against those who strive against your people, break their backs and the stronghold that they have on your people. Loose, oh God, the mindset of your people, that they may be able to think for themselves and not get influenced by propaganda, misinformation, disinformation from the prime minister, his cronies, and those, oh God, is propaganda radio station. We pray, mighty God, that you will break every chain, destroy every yoke, oh God, from the lives of the people that are suffering, the afflictions that they're going through. Some are still waiting on assistance since Beryl last year. And as we approach the new hurricane season that starts June the 1st, many still didn't get any help with their roofs. Farmers are still waiting for assistance from this government, wicked, evil, brutal, cold-hearted government that only cares about themselves and their capitalist friends. Mighty God, I pray that you'll bring them to a place of shame and disgrace. Take away their sleep, give them no peace, no rest, until they all lose power. And as the upcoming general election is at hand, we pray that all 63 members of the People's National Party will enjoy a massive landslide defeat. We don't need an opposition party in the Jamaica Labour Party. They're all criminals. They've been in the government for the last 9+ years, filling their cross, stealing from taxpayers, being unworthy, not worthy of the salary, haven't done any work to elevate and improve the lives of the people. It's time for them to pack their bags and some to go in shackles and be indicted and prosecuted. And so we pray that the upcoming general election will be a landslide defeat, that we will not have an opposition party of the Jamaica Labour Party, and the People's National Party, as a result, we will be able to reform the Constitution and make changes as it relates to banking regulations, the Integrity Commission Act, and the Housing Act. So many things that needs to be regulated and revised and transformed. In Jesus' name we pray. And everyone says amen. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Thank you, Lord.
Amen.
All right. I want to say once again we have things amongst us,
Yes,
right? The only lion, well, I mean,
right.
we have lioness amongst us, and we're having things again. Before we started, in terms of the meet and greet, right? I want to tell Jamaica as it relates to tonight's mission. Tonight's mission, of course, we are here to expose the corruption as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party administration.
Yes.
Time and time again, we have spoken that the Jamaica Labour Party administration is a criminal network, and tonight we are going to prove it, right?
Amen.
Having said that, we have a whistleblower, right? An audio from a whistleblower, right? Telling us the series of corruption with MedTech. People, you want to hear this. You want to hear this as it relates to Andrew Holness' administration and his association of corruption, right? Donovan Williams, Audrey Sewell, right? Tufton, Andrew Holness. Tonight, we are going to be revealing a lot, people. And so then, regardless of Dr. Tufton want to come out and spin it to say that, okay, all right, let us not concentrate about the cost of the item. He really knows why he's saying that. He want us to not speak about it because this situation, as we know it, opened many windows into many ministries and their corruption as it relates to a particular culture that identified as it relates to the surgical drill. And I want to say to Mr. Dawes, again, Mr. Dawes, you have done Jamaica a wonderful job. You have made Jamaica aware. And also, not only that you made Jamaica aware, tonight we are going to be listening to a whistleblower. And I mean, this person is a professional person, a neurosurgeon, who will be speaking about the level of corruption as it relates to MedTech. So people, just, I mean, drink your coffee, who drink coffee, get your coffee, and who holding their crackers, get your crackers, because tonight is a mega night. We are going to expose the series of corruption. We will be exposing the MO of the Jamaica Labour Party, which is the modus operandi, right? Andrew Holness controlling the game of corruption. He led him huge illicit enrichment that he cannot explain. And his only hope of freedom is to hold on to power. Let us ask, will the electorate give him that chance? Tonight, what we are going to reveal, we know for sure that the electorate is going to definitely deny him from tonight's information. Anywhere you are, tell a friend to tune in to Mystic Sensation, because tonight is going to be very much explosive. And before we get there, let us get to our lady things to meet and greet her people, and then we go on to the next person.
Hold on, Pinks. I am more to their mic. There you go.
Okay, go ahead, Pinks.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Sorry for being late. I had some technical difficulties. The camera and the mic would not open from my side, so I had to come out several times and retry again to link in. So I'm here. I'm Pink Stew from Montego Bay, and I work as part of the campaign team for Northwest St. James, because we have to bring in the votes for that area.
All right, well, well done, and we want things to continue to do so, and I hope you can. I hope we want guarantee the win there, you know. So we know that
Yep.
they are doing a good work, right? And of course, we are going to put some energy as it relates to our focus in St. James, right? Remember, Alan Bernard, right, is my personal MP candidate, right? So Alan, anyway there, right? We know you watch us now, you know. Big up yourself, Alan. All right. Let us go to, of course, none other. That's why we have him here tonight, you know, because judgment is going to drop tonight. And who we have in the house? Melting Pot. Meet
Yes,
and greet,
people.
Melting Pot.
Greetings to you all in the most profound word. The word is love. I must take the pleasure tonight to, reach out to our host, Lord Byron, the man who provide us with all credible information as it relates to investigative journalism. I must also big up his wonderful wife, our technical director, Lady Anne Marie, who worked tireless behind the scene, provide all the clippings that you people on the program each night. I must also say enough respect to our dear beloved pastor, Pastor Ricky, the man who bring all the analytical thinking, thought process as a critical thinker to the program. And I must say, it's a pleasure to welcome our lioness in the house tonight. None other than Fiscal Green. First time sharing the program with you, and I must say it's a pleasure. So, as tonight topic said, it's a matter of time. Time come, and I yield back the program.
All right. Thank you for that, Melting Pot. And of course, you know, we have what we call our pastor who fight in the Gideon. Of course, we have him leading in front with his prayers of blessing to the Jamaican people, protecting the Jamaican people, warding off the evil spirit, and praying so that Satan, Lucifer, and his comrades in the House of Parliament, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party administration, see the back of such power. Pastor Ricky, meet and greet.
Good evening again, Sir Byron, the certified investigator, Lady Anne Marie, the co-captain, co-host, Sir Melton Pot, blessings, my general from across the UK. Hey man, I'm longing to come to England, but we'll link up. Welcome again, Lady Pinks, working in the constituency, ensuring that we're gonna have all 4 MP candidates from St. James to be five. Thank you. To be the next members of Parliament walking down King Street walking down to Garden House with our comrade leader Mark Golden. I just want to say very quickly that the Jamaica Labour Party averaged 2 to 3 scandals a week. It's a crying shame. How much more can the people take? And the mindset of the people is start to change. Technologies at your fingertips, whether it's a tablet, laptop, a phone, whatever, iPad. And so this is the season the Bible says that knowledge is increased. And so no matter what the prime minister, who's a criminal and is going to be the first prime minister in the history of Jamaica to go to prison, no matter what they come with, do your research. When they're talking, start fact checks in real time, even before he finished. Just start fact checking, and you will see that we have a prime minister who's a pathological liar, a deceiver, and is a non-caring person who don't care about you. He's a capitalist, means he cares for the rich and the wealthy. He has never worked in a private sector job or a public sector job, but yet He's richer than most CEOs in Jamaica. Think about that. And the time has come for him to go to prison and all of his assets to seize. We now stop prayer. We know God answer prayer and sell them. Him have offshore assets in other countries and onshore assets in Jamaica. Seize them, freeze all of his bank accounts, offshore and onshore, and give back that money. Put it in the economy to help the people. It was the people's money to begin with. And so the time has come. I will not stop. I have this feeling. First, but I have this feeling that the Jamaica Labour Party is going to have a landslide victory across Jamaica like we have never seen before. So the People's National Party is going to have a landslide victory across Jamaica as we have never seen before. And Comrade Leader Mark Golan is destined by the grace of God to be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. And I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me say to Jamaican people, right, both home and abroad, tighten your seatbelt, because of course, from start to finish, the flight is going to be rough. Now, let me give out some warning as it relates to the Planning Institute of Jamaica. You cannot save Andrew Holness from losing his general election, regardless of your misleading information. You cannot. Let me send a message to PSOJ, who have seen the ultimate corruption and silent. Let me send this information to the umbrella group of churches who know that they are dealing with one of the most evilest prime minister in the Caribbean basin, and they kept silent. Let us send out this to Big Mama, that none of his spinning is going to help him tonight when we reveal the information. Let us send it to Charles Davis, that no matter how he spin the narrative, we get the MO of the Jamaica Labour Party, the modus operandi of how they are robbing taxpayers by setting up what we call shell companies, using their friends to overbill taxpayers. This particular culture result in over $3 trillion unaccounted for. Tonight we have the evidence to prove it. We have someone who is going to come forward and speak as it relates to MedTech and the level of corruption as it relates to the CEO of MedTech who align with the Jamaica Labour Party. Let me say this. As it relates to the surgical drill, we know, of course, and let me ask, let me begin with the permanent secretary. I am asking if you get a cut out of that, out of the 31 million. Let me speak to Tufton. Asking you, sir, if you get a cut out of the 31 million. Let me speak to Audrey Stewell, that I always speak about as it relates to the cabinet secretary. If you get a cut out of the 31 million, and let me speak to Andrew. Asking you, sir, if you get a cut out of the $31 million. And not only, let me say, before I get into the investigation, right? You know, we have to treat things, right, with the utmost respect tonight, because we are going to have our start in terms of making some assessment. So things, if you have to take your notes, please take your notes. Now, let me say this. Andrew Holness, now we have the information. We have your MO. and we are going to expose you tonight. Not only, right, as it relates to the surgical drill, but we are going to delve deep into the health ministry and other ministries that your government is doing the same thing that you have done with the surgical drill. Tonight, you're going to be fully exposed. Now, without any delay, we are going to get Jamaican people. I want you to listen to this audio that I'm going to play. This person is a professional person. This is just not anybody who just giving their perception or giving their opinion. As a matter of fact, this is a person who works in the system. This is the person who is going to tell you also who failed their exams and shouldn't be a part of the system in terms of being a neurosurgeon. He's going to get into the deepness of this corruption as it relates to MedTech. He's going to tell you, so we know now who own the shares. And we know we have everything now, right? And let me say again, Brother Dawes, trust me, you were 100% correct. Mystic Sensation stand parallel with you tonight. Blessings. Now, without any delay, because I know that the people, right, is on their seat. Wifey, and let me say, Wifey, I want to say big thanks in terms of you putting together this. I know the difficulty, but you are here with me in the space and you are working so diligent. So, Wifey, without any delay, right, expose the criminality to the Jamaican people. Let them hear. Who have an ear to hear, let them hear.
Yeah, Sophie, let me tell you something. I've been witness to the corruption that took place in and continues to occur in neurosurgery. When I tell you that Carl Bruce failed many exams and shouldn't be in neurosurgery, and Peter Charles failed even more as Colonel Charles outside, he failed 4 times the most important subject. Carl Bruce failed the most important subject. And he should not be a neurosurgeon. None of them should be a neurosurgeon. None of them. What they have done is use the place as a thiefdom. And a Guyanese named Ivor Crandon come from Guyana, the son of a policeman, to rob the place. He is a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. What he has done. He has stood by and encouraged this corruption to take place. And they walk around speaking speaky spokey as if they're so decent and upright when they're nothing but. Absolutely deplorable. Absolutely deplorable. Carl Bruce is the substantive owner of medical technology. His niece, Trudy Ricketts, cannot be fired because she's put there to watch things. She's the watcher. Athol Hamilton is a front man. A guy called Green is there. These people have not moved from medical technology. They cannot be moved because they're in the racket. They're in the racket. And what happens is that Carl Bruce orders his juniors only to buy things from medical technology. His company. All right, let me give you a horrific example of how terrible these people are. Say, for instance, a disc, an intervertebral disc in your neck, that's the shock absorber between the vertebral bodies, is ruptured. What we do in England is to just drill off something called osteophytes, the bone spurs, and keep them. We take out the destroyed disc and we insert a plastic packed with dust inside the disc. And that's it. But the horrific thing what Carl Bruce does is write a prescription for a titanium plate, 4 or 6 screws, and dead American bones. Listen to me. Dead American bones. To instead of using a plastic cage, which has no risk, they use dead American bones, which has a tiny risk of passing on a slow virus, to pack into that space. So the cost jumps from $50,000 to anywhere from $250,000 to $350,000. This is dry foot, poor country boy, Carl Bruce. He's not only violent by nature, violent by words, violent by deeds, violent by emotions, but he's also a crook. He and Kingsley Chin, you can look up Kingsley Chin, cohabit together in the company. Spine Frontier, if you look upon Kingsley Chin's indictment in the US, he had to give up half the value of his company. Half the value of his company to the US authorities because Fine Frontier was paying kickbacks, including to, I believe, Carl Bruce is a recipient of money from Spine Frontier. And doctors in America lost their license. They had to pay back like 1.4 million US dollars to Medicare, Medicaid. And Kingsley Chin destroyed their reputation. Kingsley Chin and Carl Bruce was like peas in a pod, bottom to a bench. Spine Frontier's equipment were domiciled inside medical technology at the back of Northside Plaza in Ligonier. The poor public, which is a main contractor of medical technology, had no clue that the same Carl Bruce who gets his juniors to write the prescription is the beneficial owner of the company, is a principal owner of the company. He has 2 criminal charges against him. And it makes perfect sense for there also to be evidence of corruption. He and Christopher Tufton went to school together. They went to Manchester High School together. So the 2 of them conspire and make a wonderful team to completely rob the government and the people of Jamaica of resources whilst giving them inferior treatment. What's happening to the Governor General now? How is he doing? Why aren't we seeing him in public? What's happening to Miss Sweeney? How did she do? And what happened to the others who died? Carl Bruce is not a spinal surgeon. He has not done a spinal fellowship. Carl Bruce just did 1 year and 10 months in Canada. To do a fellowship, you need to do 1 straight year. He could not do that because he has not finished his training. So he has to do a maximum 6 months rotations. So he can't do a fellowship with just a 6-month rotation. He is a criminal today, tomorrow, and forevermore. And Christopher Tufton found in him somebody very, very useful. A useful, well, I won't use the term that Netanyahu used, but Carl Bruce knew what he was doing. He knew what he was after when he set up the medical technology companies. And here it is, people like Vincent Lawrence asking me, why am I not at UE? He himself was hunting the man for 2 days after Carl Bruce bludgeoned Sarah Lawrence, bludgeoned her, hunting him with his 9mm to go and shoot Carl Bruce for beating up his niece, the former Miss Jamaica, and I think the Miss Caribbean, and she became pregnant during her pageantry, and they said she can serve out her term. She, of course, wants to just stay out of it all. But she, Deidre Rowe, the man's wife, the man's previous girlfriends, one from Barbados, he bludgeoned them. He attacked me and think he would get away with it. He never knew that the police would arrest him. There are many people he attacked. And the nurses are in some way, in a sense, hypocritical, but I can understand they're afraid to lose their jobs. But they have been attacked many times by Carl Bruce, and they should stand up to him and tell him to get out of University Hostel. He should be fired on spot. He should be fired immediately before they drag the hostel further down, because this is only going to get worse. It is only going to get worse. Down and down and down and down. If I'm not mistaken, Donovan Williams was there at the trial of Carl Bruce, commencement trial on the 15th of April. After 5 months, police was looking for him to hand himself in. And the fella was hiding, dodging, running away, speeding down Old Hope Road and caught in a police trap. Sadly, the police did not know who he was. So he thought he got away. A call then came later for him to hand himself in. A lawyer came and took the indictment. Carl Bruce is a criminal and a coward. And he has no love for the people. No love in his heart. He's an evil man. And he should lose all the value of his company. And that all of that money should go right back to the public purse to buy dialysis machines for that Bustamante Hospital, to buy drills. You know, that drill for 30. You know what makes you suspicious? When you see a minister takes time out of our taxpayer paid day to go and show a drill. So what? I have never seen this in my life. Nowhere in England, any minister of health takes time to go and show a drill. Nowhere. It would have to be like a proton beam machine that costs 250 million pounds before you see them. Not for a drill that costs 3,000 pounds. Never, never. And we have been ripped off royally and consistently. And he has been aggressive deliberately to get people like myself out of the way, because there's no way I would ever condone any such of his actions. He is jealous. He failed many exams I passed. He got no awards. I got awards. He was jealous to the core. I have 3 final neurosurgery exams. It was not necessary. But because University of West Indies wanted to say they graduate me, and Crandon wanted to claim, oh, he graduated 7 neurosurgery residents, and so he should get professor. Where is his qualification in neurosurgery? Crandon has none. Crandon has not a single qualification in neurosurgery. Not one. And neither Cheeks. They're the old guards, the old days. So Carl Bruce should step aside and leave it to the young people. Leave it to people who earned it through merit. The man attacked me and derailed my academic career and my professional career. And they, like Archibald MacDonald, chose to believe him. And we know Archibald MacDonald is not a good name in terms of reputation. When we look at the IT contract, that we can't even find the person who he is buying the IT contract from. He is wicked and evil. They have no love for the people. And he loves to work with dunce people, not bright people. Archibald MacDonald, thank God the university got rid of him. But this is a corruption that has been going on for over 20 years. And Crandon is very much a part of the complicity. But Carl Bruce turned it up on steroids.
That's it. Mighty God. Well, Christopher Tufton, Donovan Williams, we want to come in front of the class tonight. Yes, and we want you to refute this. You have just heard a professional neurosurgeon speaking, and where he is giving testimony that Carl Bruce, who this government is using, is a criminal. Not only that, people. Christopher Tufton and Donovan Williams were at this man's trial. And witness that this man was convicted. Now you tell me, Jamaica, that they know about this man. Know that this man is a criminal. Know that this man has been corrupted from the day he born. This man is not qualified even for the job. Failed his exam 4 times. And you are telling me that Andrew Holness don't know about this? You are telling me that Audrey Sewell doesn't know about this? You are telling me that the current permanent secretary for the health ministry doesn't know about this? So then the Jamaica Labour Party government planned this man into a situation to do what? Rob and loot from taxpayers. And you are seeking a third term tonight. Tonight, trust me, it is not going to be a sleepwell night for you guys. Because Jamaica must request the resignation from Tufton, must request the resignation from Donovan Williams. They must go under this revelation. Andrew Holness must resign. Audrey Sewell, you must people. I am speaking about Audrey Sewell for more than 3 weeks ago, before this comes out. People who are following Mystic Sensation know very well that Mystic Sensation has been speaking about Audrey Sewell partially going a month back to these revelations. And where Mystic Sensation was telling us, Jamaica, that every one of the ministries that Audrey Sewell, right, Andrew Holness put Audrey Sewell through, guess what? Billions of dollars missing, unaccounted for. Tonight we are going to prove, because this drip is only an opening to show you that a long existing culture as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party with this particular person, right, has been in a continuous mode, and they take the loot. This is the reason why. But this guy, Cornwall Regional Hospital is in a limbo. The health care, the entire health sector is in a limbo. Before I, break it down, let me just ask Sister Kingskew, as it relates to the audio, what do you have to say about what you have just heard?
First of all, I am shocked. I am shocked, and I do appreciate the information being shared here on this platform, because many of us will still not know what is happening in this country. Can you believe that they hired a criminal
Unbelievable.
to oversee our neurosurgeon department in Jamaica? But if you look at the history of the Jamaica Labour Party, they have always been some association with criminals. Remember, Andrew went to the airport to receive a man charged in Qatar for rape and welcome him back in the country.
Wow.
And if you look at their association just recently with the nurse, you saw the pictures of Andrew with the man who attacked the nurse.
Yes.
So Andrew is always, and every member of the Jamaica Labour Party, there's always some association. Did you remember this incident when this plane crashed in quotation marks in Jamaica? And then conveniently, the plane crashed, there was no crew and there was no cargo. And then A few days after, Christopher Tufton and his friends were on a beach and some strange foreigners just appeared to them on the beach.
Yes.
Wasn't that situation very suspicious too?
Exactly.
Listen, listen. From the incident what happened with Market Me with Tufton, I realized he's corrupt. That incident because Market Me is his own PR company. Jamaica Jamaican government does not need any PR because they have JIS. That is the job of JIS.
Exactly.
So why would you as a government minister make your own company to do PRs on behalf and your only client is the government
Only client is the
and
government.
charge the government $83 million?
That's what they do.
Then let us look at the bill of Cornwall Regional Hospital. I am from Montego Bay. I know the area quite well. Two or three hospitals could be built behind the existing Cornwall Regional Hospital for the money that's being spent to refurbish the existing one.
Our internet is acting up.
It
Yes.
doesn't take a genius to figure this out. Because the last time I went to Cornwall Regional Hospital some months ago to visit someone, the people inside, the patients on the ward, the smells that hit my nose, they are unwashed. Years ago, when you go to Cornwall Regional Hospital, you get your bed, you get your sheets as a patient, you get your pillow because they do not want you to bring any bed linen from outside inside the hospital. The hospital will provide you with bed linen. Today, it's the other way around. I remember Cornwall Regional Hospital when you're a patient there and when you're bedridden, the nurse would actually give you a sponge bath to keep you fresh. No, if you have a patient in at the Cornwall Regional Hospital, if you yourself or if you don't pay the candidate person money directly, your patient will stay there in their mess. I have heard so many stories.
Wow.
So bedridden patients at Cornwall Regional Hospital right now are lying down in their urine and their feces because the nurses no longer care enough to do them the service of giving them a sponge bath.
Oh my goodness.
That is the condition of Cornwall Regional Hospital right now. I have heard enough stories of horror stories coming out of it. And this is one of the reasons the travel advisory has been issued. One of them is that our health sector has failed.
Failed.
The other the other issue is that the crime factor, but the health issue is one of the things. And then you have this Minister of Tourism that came up some months ago with this whole idea that Jamaica can now go into health tourism. Where? When? How?
Crazy. Only PR.
When we don't even have a hospital. We do not even have a hospital to serve the region.
Only PR on live, peeps. Only PR on live. All right.
Listen, Tufton, you need to go.
Exactly.
This drill thing, you need to go. We can do the math. We don't need buckle stoppers to count.
Exactly.
We'll figure it out. Something is wrong because one of the questions I keep asking myself, why is it the Minister of Health, if I want something, I go online and I can buy it directly, right?
Yes.
Why is it the Minister of Health himself cannot go wherever these medical supplies are supplied from, and buy them directly? Why do we need an interim or a second person or a middleman?
Yes, because they want to rob the taxpayers' money. So they set up
That's the
these.
point I'm trying. That's the point I'm trying to make. Why
Exactly.
can't we? Why is it these medical things are not imported duty free?
Exactly. They are the government. They can have that done.
Exactly the point.
But no, they
That's
have,
exactly the point.
yes. And
Even
give
if
them.
even if your even if it's your friend imported, you can give them a waiver. We have seen Mara Dimple did it with a vehicle.
There you
So
go.
if a vehicle is more important than a medical equipment,
All right. It's crazy.
if a if a politician can import their vehicle with concession, why can't why the same can apply to our medical equipment?
Yes.
This dollar hole business with them have to go.
Yeah, they have to go. They have to go. No, not two way about that. All right, Pink
And
Skill.
I keep, yeah, man.
Yes. Thanks for that.
I use the floor.
Yes, thanks for that contribution. Now, Pastor Ricky. I know, of course, you're familiar with that audio, right? The things that you have heard, Pastor Ricky, knowing to the fact that this gentleman, right, Carl Bruce, had faced the criminal justice system, right, found guilty of charges, and as a matter of fact, Christopher Tufton and Donovan Williams, right, as according to what the neurosurgeon said, that they were at his trial, right? What they call it, bird of a feather, flock together. And they know that this man is a criminal, but yet allow him in the system. When you hear of these things, Pastor Ricky, what say you on the matter?
Well, from my reading, the trial took place not too long ago, but it's also will be continuing till in September coming. So
Oh,
it
so the trial, so there is no
verdict.
determination within the trial. The trial is still continuing.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so he's charged, not convicted. Let us
Right.
correct that.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. But I agree with you that the health minister needs to resign. The permanent secretary for health, Harold Green, needs to resign. Audrey Sewell, the cabinet secretary, needs to resign. And the prime minister, because the Ministry of Health is in his office, needs to
Yes.
resign. The Dr. Dawes, big up yourself, man. Comrade Dr. Dawes. I mean, you have
You open
opened
a can of worms.
a can of worm now, because we need to find out all medical equipment purchased under this government. Not too much, but whatever they purchase, because $830 billion is stolen from the Ministry of Health. But we need to do an inventory and find out all the medical supplies purchased under this government in the last 9+ years, because there's a cost overrun, a markup on the drill, as we all talked about last night on Father Lonesome Show, the Titans. And so if this is the practice, as this surgeon is mentioning in this audio, that Carl Bruce is a criminal, and him and Tufton is collaborating to rob the government in the Ministry of Health. That's what he said on the audio.
Yes. Yes.
So if that's the case, this is a practice and normal criminal behavior of the Minister of Health. And one of the things I'm grateful that this neurosurgeon revealed, that now we can say that Carl Bruce owns the 40,000 shares that Donovan Williams, who's a criminal, said he's holding, and it's not his. Because if he's a close associate of Carl Bruce, then only two people can own those shares if it's really not his. If it's really not his, then those shares has to belong to Tufton or Carl Bruce. So we need to find out Monday coming ASAP from the Minister of Health and from Donovan Williams from Central Kingston constituents who own those shares in the medical technology company.
Okay,
Then
hold
the
on,
next,
Pastor K.
yeah,
Based on what we have heard, right? It would be Carl Bruce, right? Because
right,
Carl Bruce is the owner. But
right,
the point is what you need to also point out that if Donovan Williams holding the share, right, for Carl Bruce, it simply means now that Carl Bruce, right, as a result of that, is giving Donovan Williams a kickback. So they
right.
are getting the kickbacks.
That's
Right?
what I was about to get to. Right.
Okay.
That we
Sorry.
said it
Go
last
ahead.
night, Father Alonso. Big up yourself, Father Alonso. Because these overflated prices, cost overruns, is associated with kickbacks. And as we said last night, these kickbacks goes to the cabinet secretary, Audrey Swell. Now in this health ministry, it's Errol Green, the prime minister, and the minister of health. So there needs to be a forensic audit, as we said last night, into this. But of course, it's not going to happen unless the auditor general goes in and do her work. And I'm glad that Comrade Dr. Dawes submitted a request for an audit to the auditor general. So this is a dark day for Jamaica. This now is the prime minister word against him, that the prime minister must hold a government official accountable who's in charge or have the appearance of corruption, and he should not make excuse. If the prime minister don't fire Tufton and Donovan Williams, he does not have any backbone, which we already know from Marco Rubio coming to Jamaica and him give up the Cuban doctors. But he doesn't have any leadership qualities about him. So there's no transparency, no openness, no accountability as it relates to the prime minister. But this is a huge scandal right now in Jamaica that's going to rock the Jamaica Labour Party government from the very top all the way down. The prime minister needs to fire Christopher Tufton. They say you can't fire MP, but this is a criminal act. MOCA and CTOC needs to get involved in this also and do a thorough investigation and hold Christopher Tufton accountable. Errol Green, who was appointed November last year as the permanent secretary, if not the previous permanent secretary, needs to be held accountable. So, because a forensic audit finally needs to be administered throughout the whole health ministry procurement process. The procurement process is where they steal taxpayers' money. The procurement process is where the embezzlement of taxpayers' money, the kickbacks go to them, and the awarding of conflicts of interest contracts to their friends and cronies and themselves. This is a wicked, evil government that has stolen so much from the Jamaican people through the procurement process, that this procurement process was designed or they found loopholes in it to enriching themselves to kickbacks, whether it's giving Robert Garvin contracts or their other cronies contracts or themselves contracts, because a lot of these MP are doing business with the same government that they're serving in, which should not have happened. So listen, the prime minister, you always run to hide behind under a rock when scandal hit your party. Wait for a 9-day wonder for it to blow off. This is not going to blow off. Monday morning, you need to come to the microphone and address this issue. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Thank you, Pastor Ricky, for that. And before I make, you understand, the sledgehammer slide in, I just get a text message on my phone, right, from a confidential person saying that Carl Bruce and Ruel Reed are first cousin. What a
Mighty
what a,
God.
what a, says it's alleged.
Never
It's
see smoke.
alleged that, right? So I'm just, that is what the person is alleging. That Carl Bruce and Ruel Reed are first cousin. So you see the family. All right. Melting Pot, take it away on the rally.
Yes, my brother. What a bombshell.
Hi.
What a revelation.
Huh?
What a height of corruption.
Hi.
No wonder why we understand the reason behind all of the players, them, finding themselves in that water. Corruption high, 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 high. Yeah. So this is the reason why Jamaica is in such a bad place when it comes to Jamaica growing as a country and as a society. But simple because there is no law, no order, no transparency, and no accountability over the last 9.5 years. And I say that to say this, yeah? Corruption has become the order of the day. And as such, the ordinary Jamaicans suffer at the hands of a kleptocratic government who only cares about themselves and the small minority of 10%. Now, what we are hearing here tonight, as the whistleblower rightfully, come and make it publicly, in a sense, is how much corruption and how widespread it is as it relates to even the medical fraternity high on the list of corruption. And as our lioness has rightly pointed out, no wonder why Cornwall Beryllium Hospital is still in limbo. After, being put on the table for a cost of $2 billion, we see where it's now challenging $30 billion and still not completed. But I've always said that Tufton has used that project as a funnel to fuel all the embezzlement of taxpayers' money into various sectors. And what he has done, which we uncovered a couple of years ago, he had a rice contract where he was importing rice into Jamaica and was still on the board as the CEO. He only relinquished that post to his son when we highlighted it. Because what they do, they set up business to blind the Jamaican into thinking that they earn the money from the business they have. And this is why we are strongly against nepotism and cronyism. In the UK, no member of parliament serving in government cannot have business running concurrently throughout his period as a parliamentarian. But in Jamaica, it's the norm for these men to set up business while serving as political representative. And so we have to wipe that off the slate going forward. But this guy, Bruce, he should never be around this type of environment with his background, well known to the people who is around him, providing him with these accessibility. Tufton should never be seen around this guy if Tufton was a clean member of parliament and a clean minister of health. But we see where Tufton, even in pandemic period, was on the road breaking protocol, tying up men with rope. That must send a signal to people brain cell what type of minister of health is Tufton. We see him on the beach performing while he should be in office serving the Jamaican people, looking about the health sector that is in a deplorable condition for how long now. But this guy was on the beach performing. And what took place after? Where he was met by an expatriate from somewhere. So when you look at Tough Tongue and all the players around, people like Donovan Williams, all of them, they form the backbone of corruption along with Andrew Holness and certain other high-profile members of his cabinet. And this is the reason why we have to get to the bottom of doing a forensic audit, as Pastor Ricky rightfully said, and all of us endorse that. When the new sheriff come in town, we have to do a comprehensive forensic auditing on all these ministries over the last 9.5 years. Because a lot of things have happened and a lot of water have gone under the bridge. It only takes we as critical thinkers in the space of social media. And as I always say to people, we are not bloggers, we are investigative journalists who research and present factual and credible information. Information that will break the back of the camel of corruption in Jamaica. We have to be here beating these people night and day to make a change. And so, as I can remember, our foreparents, who were rightly acclaimed as our hero, they fought to free Jamaica from a lot of things throughout the colonial period. Yeah? And it ended up in a rebellion. But we are not here to start a rebellion. We are here to end corruption. Because all these people that the name have been mentioning in corruption must be held accountable, must be put before the judicial system, must be, charged and put behind bars, and all their assets seized and put back in the Jamaica coffers. Because these men have not worked to obtain these wealth. They have robbed the country over the 9.5 years. And chief example is the Prime Minister. He is the one who has led this revolution of corruption in Jamaica. Because when you look at Andrew Holness with no previous background of any wealth, and to be where he is now in terms of his status as a super billionaire in CARICOM, it is no wonder why Jamaica finds itself in such a predicament where the country becomes stagnated, the economy grind to a halt, corruption sky high, crime out of control, and the health sector remain in a deplorable condition. And we here, all of us in social media land, who take to the platform night and day to echo the sentiment of corruption, we must be and we shall be continuing the work until we rid Jamaica of corruption. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
I get 30 more seconds, Sir Byron. Just 30 more seconds. I forgot to mention something.
Yes, go ahead. Make it quick, Pastor Ricky, because we have to push the program. We have a lot.
Thanks. If you listen to the audio again, the surgeon that was talking sounded like he was the one that Carl Bruce attacked in this court case that we're talking about. The next thing he stated that Carl Bruce did not complete his internship, which means he should not be qualified to be a chief neurosurgeon at UWI. So that means there's some kind of fraudulent mechanism that was put in place to make him be the chief of staff, which was wrong. And then the last thing I wanted to mention that I forgot, I wrote them all down on my book. But, he mentioned Kinsley Chin, who was indicted in the United States for Medicare fraud. And that's the same investigation, but that Michelle Charles found herself in Florida, that she was being investigated by the Florida Department of Health for Medicaid fraud. And so when you look at the web of corruption and criminality in the Jamaica Labour Party, these people are all criminals. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Pastor Ricky. Good information added right there. And when we keep on saying that the Jamaican Labour Party is a criminal network, indeed, we're correct. But you know what? We are going to also display some information as it relates to what the whistleblower said. And you're going to see that the whistleblower is 100% correct. So we are going to bring up the court case as it relates to Carl Bruce. So let us put it up to the people so that the people can see that, okay, we are just somebody is just not speaking, is just not out there speaking and telling lies. Let us show the people the evidence in terms of what the whistleblower are just spoken about. Bring up that evidence, wifey.
The Gleaner ran an article on it. I read it. Yeah, there it is.
This person's a vicious person. But interestingly, people, you are going to see who is representing this person as lawyers. Look here, it's a web of corruption. People, what we're interested in, you're going to see who are the lawyers representing Carl Bruce. Let us read on, people. University Hospital Chief Doctor charged to go on trial for alleged assault of fellow consultant. So that is as what Pastor Ricky said, right? Seems to be the person who was giving the information.
Right.
Right. Now, the trial is set for September 29. Dr. Carl Bruce, consultant neurosurgeon and medical chief of staff at the University Hospital of the West Indies, was this morning dragged before the Kingston and St. Andrew Parish Court in relation to an alleged fight with another consultant on the grounds of their hospital. Because remember that the whistleblower was talking about his aggression, right? As a September 29 trial date was scheduled this morning after the complainant, Dr. Roger Hunter, right, refused to go to mediation. Both parties have been warned to refrain from posting about the case on social media. Bruce, who is charged with malicious destruction of property and assault at common law, was bound over to return to court for trial. The incident alleged occurred on January 31st, 2007 at the hospital. Bruce is alleged to have physically, verbally, and emotionally abused the complainant on the day of the incident in the planning room of the operation theater at the hospital. Hunter is alleging that he was preparing for a surgery when Bruce barged in and shouting at him to get out. Now let us read on. Bruce reportedly advanced at the complaint, shoving him before grabbing his shirt and necktie, damaging both items are valued at $5,000. The complainant said then shoved Bruce away, who he said threatened repeatedly to spit in his face before leaving the room. Be aggressive people, you know, you see how Bruce go Andrew Holness friend, buddy friend, abuse the nurse. You understand? Spin over the nurse and do all sorts of things to the nurse. Yes. Hunter said he initially did not report the matter to the police as he thought it would have been dealt with internally. He later reported the matter in November 2024 after his return to the island. King Counsel, look who defend. King Counsel Tom Tavares Finson and attorney at law Donovan Williams. When you hear these people are representing Bruce, attorney at law Kimani Brightson appeared for the hospital, right? What a bangarang. Now people.
And Donovan and Bruce are friends.
And Donovan and Bruce are friends. And so then now you can understand the systemic corruption as it relates to why this man can overcharge the panel. I'm talking, you know,
the drill.
I mean, millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Right? Millions of dollars in pertaining to, you know, the drill, the surgical drill, right? And automatically will give them the kickback, right? In cash. They are not going to get in the form of checks and certain things so it can be traced. You understand? This is cash kickback. You understand, where certain things can be picked up. In one incident in terms of the Integrity Commission investigation, remember that you have Norman Brown, who was putting millions of dollars in the ATM machine to go to Honduras.
4 million.
People, we can't make up this. We can't make up this. And this corrupted government is asking for a third term. Is asking for a third term. Now, let's move on. People.
Big up Dr. Dawes, man.
Dr. Dawes open a can of worms, because this is very serious in terms of what we are going to review tonight. Now, look. Let us get into some of the issues here, people. Now, look at the first clip that we are going to present. Right? So, look at the first clip that, right, we are going to present. Now, I am telling you, Jamaica, to make the entire Jamaica Labour Party, all of them need to resign like tomorrow, right, and leave the Jamaican people alone. They are thieves, right? Seriously. Set up their friends to rob taxpayers. Oh my God, man, this is disgraceful. This is honestly disgraceful. You understand? Knowing that, you know, the person is corrupt. Oh my goodness. All right, yes, great.
I think achievements such as this historic low in poverty will increase your administration's chances of remaining in government after these next general elections, and if yes, why?
In any other jurisdiction, in any other country, it would follow logically that the voter would reward the government. In our jurisdiction, in our country, there is always, as I've said, the need for the voter to reconcile their lived experience with the data that is provided. And we have to not take it for granted that the voter is making that reconciliation in their head. There is a very high level of cynicism, of disbelief. Even when the number is presented to the average person, the notion is don't trust what government tell you, even when it is presented. And this is not just with the statistics for the reduction in poverty. Murders are down 40-odd%. But if you were to ask people, what do you think about crime? They will tell you crime is high. Ask them another question. Have you experienced crime? They will tell you no. So, which is what we have picked up in surveys over and over again. So there is a bias in outlook. And for many years, for decades, it's natural. If for decades, the results that you have been given are negative results, that you can only be looking for crime to be rising, debt to be rising, growth to be falling off, all the negatives, then you develop a negative bias. You start to look at the glass as not half full, but half empty. Our job is to change perceptions, and perceptions don't change overnight. It takes a long time, and it takes repeating over and over and over and over and over and over again. I've said it before, Jamaica is in a transformation. There is a cocoon in which we are. And once you're in that cocoon, you can't really see the movement from the caterpillar to the butterfly. It is when the butterfly emerges, you say, oh, yes, we have.
Take me.
Yeah, send him outside.
No, let me speak before. Let me speak because we are going to mash him up tonight. So let me speak.
Sorry, let me just say one thing, because him said that when they speak, we don't believe, but we must remember that his own minister, Nestor Morgan, says, do not trust the word of a politician.
Okay.
Over to you.
Thank you for that, Tony.
That's right.
Now, let me say something here. To show you, as it relates to Andrew Holness, reverse psychology and psychology in reverse. So what he had done, right, twist the arm of the PIOJ, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, to come out and tell lies. Right? Because we know that the census, as it relates to facts, was not completed. And so then, the Planning Institute of Jamaica came out and lied about the figures. And then he ran out to say that Even when, the figures are presented, right, people are going to say, right, but this is how Andrew Holness is. Let me tell you something, people. One of my best actors is Morgan Freeman. And I swear to God tonight that I give Andrew Holness, right, the best actor over Morgan Freeman. This man is, trust me, an extremely skillful liar. But I say to Jamaica people that every word that comes up, the only time Andrew Holness is not telling a lie is when Andrew Holness is not speaking. I say time and time again on this platform that the only time Andrew Holness is not telling a lie is when he's not speaking. Right? Now, we are going to show some real serious evidence. Right? Two more evidence and then we get to the panel because I just want to show the background for the panel. And why I think I have to go back for these evidence is as a result of the drill. The same behavior, the same criminal behavior that took place with the drill is the same criminal behavior you see has taken place in other ministries. Now, people, look at this as it relates to conflict of interest where Donovan holding shares for Bruce. Look at the next clip that I'm going to present. Now, let us move to action number 2. Right? Look at this clip, people. I am going to remind you and show you the culture of the behavior. Right? So then, what Dr. Dawes has done, right, had now shows the modus operandi of the Jamaica Labour Party. Simply means the culture of their criminal behavior. That's what modus operandi mean. The culture of Jamaica Labour Party criminal behavior. Look at this. Auditor General reveals TAJ racks up near 400 million in rent for property not in use. Jamaica, remember this?
Yeah.
You know, remember this, you know?
Yeah, two
But
properties. Yeah.
we are going to show you as it relates to the same pattern of behavior, right? Where the government, right, set up them friends to do what? To have what we call shell companies, right? And awarded these shell companies to their friends, just like how, you understand, they awarded the contract to Carl Bruce. Now, this contract was also awarded to what? To somebody in the Member of Parliament, in Andrew Holness' cabinet. When you look at this now, people, Auditor General reveals TAJ racks up near 400 million in rent for property not in use. People, property not in use. This is how they rob taxpayers' money. And so then, the government have contract, you understand, to give a member of the government and their political kickback, pay through cash, because they don't want anything to trace. Now, let us read on, people. Properties are unoccupied despite total expenditure of over what? $356 million. So it is not surprise when we see Carl Bruce taking his big bite out of the cake in terms of one drill, right? Selling for $31 million. This is how Andrew Holness led government, you understand, is robbing taxpayers' money through nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery. Having their friends, setting up shell companies, and awarding them government contracts. This is very serious, you know, people. This man needs to resign forthwith. Nobody needs to listen to Andrew Holness. And people, when Andrew Holness coming campaigning into any community, people need to run him out. Run him where? In the head cook back washer. People need to run him where? Now look at this, people. in one of the two Auditor General special audit report, which has been the subject of much debate in Parliament, Tax Administration of Jamaica has been found wanting for leasing 2 properties in Antonio Bay and Mandeville for over $356 million. Want to see the overcharge? Want to see the overkill? Just like the drill? About that song, right? Seems like a DJ, man. Both reports were eventually tabled in Parliament yesterday after House Speaker Juliet Holness backed down on an early attempt to not have the documents tabled, right? Because she don't want to table it. She has shielded corruption, citing a breach in how these documents are to be presented for tabling. If you also want to hide the corruption, don't want to table the document. Can you imagine? These people, look at her. Look at her. You understand the art of the corruption? You understand? And you want under investigation on it. Under investigation. And Juliet Holness is what? Is the Speaker of the House. But bigger news. Juliet Holness sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee when she also under surveillance for criminal matters. She under surveillance. And you will not under surveillance. No, and she is on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. Then you tell me now, honey, right? If me a thief and you the power oversight committee, you understand? To send to charge and send me to prison, you wouldn't be. You know, on the backside, man. You're not going to cause this slide. Yeah? All right. In the first case, Manuel Ellis reports that her department conducted a special audit of TAJ leasing arrangement in response to allegation that the sitting member of Parliament, Dr. Norman Dunn, through his private company, on a year to the people, through his private company, shell company, his private shell company, let's just tell people what it is, bought a commercial building within his constituency. Would I like to see the bidding panels? So he is the only bidder. He is the only bidder. Right? This is the corruption that we are talking about. A few meters across from the exit. So him have knowledge of the information. And Andrew Holness administration allow him, right, to bid on this contract. Right? And as a matter of fact, bidding on the contract, he got the contract.
But what they put the building, why would they acquire the building across from the tax office? Something that they all
which was subsequently rented to TAJ for approximately $700,000 per month. So obviously you know that, okay, what is the money why I get per month? You understand? Who they get some kickback because all of this money are now go to him. The agreement, the closed door agreement, okay, all right, we get 700,000 a month, you understand? Run this one, that one, that, and you see the kickback. Now, I tell you the level of wickedness, and Andrew Holness need to leave Jamaica people alone. Andrew Holness need to leave Jamaica people alone. The property was leased to relocate the TAJ office in St. Mary. It is alleged that approximately 8 months rent has been paid, but the building is yet to be occupied. Pastor Ricky?
Yes, sir.
Do 8 times 700,000, make you see what that is.
8 times 7?
700,000. It is alleged that approximately 8 months rent has been paid.
49. 49.
Eh?
49 million, I think.
No, man, 56 million.
or 56.
5-8. He said
What?
7-8. 7-8. 56. Okay.
56 million.
Okay. So for the 8 months, you know, people who want to see the corruption, for the 8 months, a building that is not using, and taxpayers back, taxpayers have to pay Norman Dunn $56 million. And out of the $56 million there, how much Norman done really get for himself? And the persons them who involved in the kickback, how much the permanent secretary get out of this? How much the permanent secretary get out of this? And how much Andrew Holness get out of this? Because let me tell you something, Jamaica people. The permanent secretary can't eat food and Andrew Holness not eat food, you know. Let me tell you that. The permanent secretary can't eat no food and Andrew not eat food. A bangarang. So how much he get out of this? Just show you the corruption of people. Based on the allegation, the Auditor General Department sought to assess whether there were breaches in the TJ policies and procedures as well as the government of Jamaica guidelines. So, know what you know, people. During the audit, Monroe Ellis determined the information received in the allegations were true. You hear that, people? However, no evidence was presented which suggests that the sitting member of parliament, who is listed as the director of the private company that owns the Unoccupied location in question, interfered with the TJ procurement process or influenced TJ decision to lease the property. The fact of the matter, him shouldn't get this contract. He's a member of parliament. This is conflict of interest.
Yeah.
This is gross conflict of interest because, number one, he has privy to the information. And that makes the process rendered unfair. Because he works within the government and are privy to this information. So under no way he should be even think, you understand, to throw in any bid for this. You understand? You understand? And so these are the things that need to be digged and investigated. Madness, take it away. Now, let me just get into another thing. What I'm shaping up here is showing Jamaica, right, the criminal culture of Jamaica Labour Party. Where am I going next? People, look at this. Put up the next document. Went again. Look at this next corruption, people. We are presenting, right, information to show you a pattern of behavior as related to Jamaica Labour Party. Look at these people. AAJ went against board and invested in First Rock. Probe reveals. Want to hear this now, people? Want to see how this? Want to see how this?
St. Mary, West St. Mary, Western St. Mary.
Him have to lose him seat. This man. He must lose him seat. Now, watch this. The Airport Authority of Jamaica group invested almost $500 million of taxpayers' money in startup First Rock Capital Holdings. Despite an initial board recommendation against the move, right, a greener investigation has found over a period of 15 days in February 8, 2019, the AAJ swung from deciding against buying shares to doing so with some board members shut out of the ultimate decision. You hear them something, people. It also emerged that a subsidiary, MIAL Airport Limited, went ahead with the AAJ in a second stock purchase in January 2020. Despite warning, people hear that, despite warning from the board members to wait because the money was needed by the finance minister. You hear that, people? You hear that? The entities have $3 million US. In Jamaica, 450 million. Split equally in First Rock, making the group the third largest investor up to March, right, this year. The revelations may give perspective to July's gravely concerned admission from Prime Minister Andrew Holness and the scandal exposed by this newspaper. You hear that, paper? His administration has resisted calls for board members of both entities linked to the deals to be sacked even after Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark confirmed in Parliament that the first investment allegedly broke the law. But Andrew Holness not care about that. Andrew Holness not care about that. And who would have given the kickback not care about that. Investment in stocks of FRCH was not recommended at this time because of limited financial and operational history of the company. As a company just being launched, there was no financial data on which to assess the returns obtainable from this investment. On the year that people, new company are forming, Andrew Holness and his friend them, you understand, allow this man to set up what we call shell company, and the government put taxpayers' money to start up this company. Mighty God of Adams. Noted the minutes from January 23, 2019 meeting of the AAJ board obtained through an access to information request. That conclusion was made after the AAJ said it analyzed the proposal pitched by two entities, including First Rock and St. Lucia registered private equity firm that started operations in March 2019 and listed on Jamaica Stock Exchange the following year. See how me catch them, you know? People, see how me catch them, see how me catch them here. See how me stick sensation catch them here. I want to read back this as something we will remind on about now, people. See where we catch the criminal them here right now. Read back this paragraph. That conclusion was made after the AAJ said it analyzed proposals pitched by two entities, including First Rock and St. Lucia registered private equity firm that started operations in March 2019 and listed under what? Jamaica Stock Exchange the following year. Now, that was something that they had done with SSL. You understand, where they put SSL on the Jamaica Stock Exchange through a company named
C2W Music.
C2W Music.
Reverse takeover.
In a reverse takeover.
Yeah.
Honestly, the corruption or the corruption link and what they are doing, the culture, the behavior, the culture of criminality. You understand? Put in First Rock. You understand? And the Jamaica Stock Exchange in order. You understand? So that this company can get what? Taxpayers' money. It is the same thing that they had done with SSL.
In 2018.
In 2018. Same thing that they had done with SSL. That's why we tell them that SSL was not doing any legitimate business propagated by the government.
That's right.
To trick the Jamaican people, particularly the investors. So here it is, the same behavior with First Rock. They did it with SSL. Now they come and do it with First Rock. I am only showing people the culture. Andrew, when they need to resign, you know. Yeah, man. Yes, Andrew. You're the mastermind for all them thing, yeah. But 8 years after the decision to rule out First Rock, an internal analysis emerged recommended that the AAJ buys what? 500,000 US worth of First Rock shares on the city corruption, people. Look, hear this paragraph. Hear this paragraph. It's telling you that in spite of warning, Andrew Holness, because if you don't agree with this, you know, this cannot be done. Right? You override Nigel Clark, bad him up. That's why Nigel Clark have to run left you, because you pull on the man of criminality and forcing the man. Even when Nigel Clark warn you. Now tell me something. This is why you want Address Sewell to be, of course, the cabinet permanent secretary. Because you mix up and tied up in the corruption. Look at this. But 8 years after the decision to rule out First Rock, you know, to rule them out, an internal analysis emerged recommended that the ALJ buys 500,000 US worth of First Rock shares through a private placement. A matching amount was controversially made by the NMIAL. Take it away. take that away. Just want to show the panel and give the panel the background of the corruption. Now, as always, lady before, gentlemen, I will ask him to lead the mission. What say
One
you?
second, Sir Byron. 1 second, Sir B and Lady Pinkskew. We stated earlier that it's 56 million, but it's not 56 million. It's 5.6 million over the 8 month period for rent.
5.6 million.
Yes,
Okay, so we correct that because you know that
we correct
of
that.
course we're a channel of truthfulness, and if we say something wrong, we have the
Yeah.
ability to correct it right then and there. Right, Prince, take it away.
Okay. Okay, first let me deal with the first rock situation. My first comment is that remember that Angel was tutored by Seaga, and everything that happened with First Rock and SSL, Seaga did the same thing. Remember when Seaga became prime minister and his friends and his supporters to make him prime minister were people like Paul Chen Young and John Crawford and all that group of people who opened, who Seaga gave financial licenses to open financial institutions, although they did not meet the international requirement to have those financial licenses. So you see, the MO with them is that it does not matter to them if you are qualified for the position. They put you in to the labor rights. It does not matter if you are qualified, like Bruce, the neurosurgeon, who is unqualified for his position. That is their MO. So these men were not qualified have financial licenses, yet they open Eagle Merchant Bank, the other one, Don Crawford one, and they had this big thing with Crown Hotel, and everything collapsed. And when everything was collapsing, Paul Cheng Young called his friend, who now is the owner for SSL, who was working with him. So that man who went to Canada after the SSL thing came out was working for Paul Chen Young. Paul Chen Young handed over, signed over his assets to the same person. The same thing like what Donovan Williams is doing with Bruce Shears. So they're just doing the same thing over and over again. Everybody playing the same game over and over again. All right? And if you look at companies like Petrojam, the HR manager did not qualify for her position either. And when she was forced to retire after being exposed, we still do not know what amount of money she was given to leave. You understand? When we look at the JUTC person who was hired for that position and the person was not qualified either. Let's look at the person who they put in power of the National Land Agency. And then you wonder why they're grabbing land left, right, and center. That person also did not meet the international requirements for that position either. So it is the MO of the labor rights. And if you look at the 49 of them over there, one of them live in a country and he still cannot pronounce the name of the country that he lives in, and he is Minister of Local Government. When you look at this one cost talking about going around the caution around the corner, I cannot pronounce the word. She has a different language. Action hand speaks a different language than us. And we have to get Google Translate to translate whenever she speaks or whether she utters her words. And when you listen to how right now I would like all the labor rights to know this. Every 14 member that is on the PNP side is more qualified on parchment paper or in their qualifications and Andrew Holness himself. All 14 members of the PNP could be leader of the PNP. They have the qualifications on paper. Let us look on the other side now. Which one of them over there, how many of them have letters behind their names? Some of them barely scraped through high school. And yet they have the audacity to try to write a bill for our teachers who are more qualified than themselves. You know, does this make any sense? The dunce first person in the class is trying to set the rules and regulations for the brilliant people in the class. The world turned upside down when it comes to labor rights, and they still cannot understand how dunce they are. They lack knowledge, they lack understanding, simple matters. So they lack most of the people they put in positions are not qualified for the position. That's their MO. That is their MO. It doesn't matter because once what they can do is manipulate you and tell you what to do because what they want is someone who can be their puppet to control, manipulate, and help them steal. And then the other point I want to make about stealing. Now, last year, the IC report for Andrew Holness was tabled, and and we saw the 100 and odd pages of his the IC report. Now you think the other 48 over there would say, you know something, I will not steal again because if they catch Andrew, they might catch me too. They're not even smart enough to think and say, all of us over here are thieves, but guess what then? Never stop right now because why? No, the drill, the fertilizer, the this, the that. As Pastor Ricky said, every week, two or three standards come out. And it's always about money. Always about money with these people. They see one of them in the gang is being outed. They see one of in the gang of them being brought before public public court. They see Andrew every day facing us and his criticism, and not one of them in the other ministry say, you know something, let us stop steal for now until Andrew's court case is settled. Not even one of them think of that. So it's either they're just numbskulls or they're just, I don't know, take it over. I'm tired of them. I'm just tired. Tired, real tired. I yield the floor to someone else on the panel, please.
You're muted.
Yes, I would just like to endorse all that Fiscal had just said, you know. And I mean, it is sad because when you look at that cabinet that consists of 49 members, yeah, that duly, I mean, gain the people's trust of Jamaica, the electorate, and perform so dismally in their role. It is no wonder why we are looking at people like Montague, Norman Dunn, the Prime Minister, the Speaker of the House, and many more. Tough Tongue and all these people has been, you know, entrenched in corruption right up to the neck. Because just the mere fact that you can spend taxpayers' money. I don't even say spend. Use taxpayers' money so recklessly. Yeah? And then come out and tell taxpayers a bunch of lies. It says how bad the state of the country is. Because for Norman Dunn to spend 5.6 million Jamaican dollars over 8-month period for a building that is not in operation, that is corruption. Right to the core. No two ways about it. For Agintai to take the money from AAJ and put into First Rock, yeah, we're talking about 450 million Jamaican dollars at the time. And for the Prime Minister to be warned by Nigel Clark of the risk he was taking, but being bullied. And as to Wallace Corner, it tell you the type of leadership that Jamaica has at the moment. I've been saying it all along. Andrew Wallace is a dictator. Andrew Holness, remember, use the term ultimate leader. This is not something that we must gripe about Jamaica. Because when you are the ultimate person in charge, it means no one can go against your wish or your will. Because there will be repercussion. So when you see all these people who are in his cabinet doing the same thing like Andrew Wallace set the MO and they follow suit. Because Andrew Wallace is a mastermind when it comes to criminality, trickery, con, skullduggery. That's all he has on his resume. He has nothing else. So the Jamaica Labour Party is a party that has a brain drain issue. There is no one there capable to lead. No one there with the expertise to run a country. They're a bunch of lunatics. They are fit for throwing it away. Put them on a scrap heap. Bury them in a landfill. Dispose of them in a garbage disposal environment. That's what they are. Because they only see corruption as a part of their work. Not to grow the country economy, not to better off the citizens of Jamaica life, not to create job infrastructure, not to seek overseas investment, nothing of that sort. They are there to rip off the country from day one. This is why, as an opposition leader, Andrew Holness went all around Jamaica telling pure lies, promising Jamaican people, even have the audacity to re-emphasize his promise and turn it into commitment. But up until now, Jamaican has not seen anything forthcoming their way as it relates to his promises and his commitment. What Jamaica people have realized from this government is a high level of corruption, a high level of indiscipline, a high level of immorality, an uncaring government, a government that will not stop at any length and breadth to destroy the country, a reckless government that is out of control, and a kleptocratic government that can never cease to stop robbing the country. And this is why, as our lioness says, they don't stop and think and say, well, since that the leader for the party has been exposed in his corruption endeavor, let us take a break. They can't break from it because they are radicalizing corruption, my people. They are so stained in corruption that even if you pour a drum of acid on the wall of them, it won't move them. So we have a grave problem in the society. And the only thing that can change this MO is to vote them out. Vote out the entire 49 of them. Don't leave no room for none of them to maneuver. I said we need a
Agreed.
new opposition party to support the People's National Party going forward. We
Definitely.
cannot bring back the Jamaica Labour Party into our space of politics. Because if we do so, we are running the risk of Jamaica being eradicated from the world map. A country that no other country outside of Jamaica want to have an involvement with because of corruption, high murder rate and all these things. Because Jamaica is on the brink of that as we speak. This is why when our leader go overseas, they don't see anyone around him greeting him. Because leaders of first world country and country with high moral integrity, they head of state cannot be seen with anyone who is known to be corrupted. So they distance themselves. So Jamaica has no representation on the world stage right now as we speak. And that has to change. Because look at our Minister of National Security. Can he go anywhere outside of Jamaica and take part in a symposium as it relates to security going forward
The answer
on the
is
world
no.
stage? No, he cannot. The furthest he can go is in CARICOM, and some CARICOM country don't want him either. So he can't venture outside of CARICOM. So currently, we do not have a Minister of National Security. We have a man sitting in the chair collecting taxpayers' money and doing all type of shenanigans as it relates to our security. This is why we are seeing the high level of killing by the JSCF members. The one who proceed to do wrongs, the one who proceed to engrave themselves in Andrew Holness corruption. And so we have to move all of these stumbling block out of our way. If we do not, then we are in serious trouble going forward. Because I know for a lot of Jamaicans who seek greener pastures, it's a reason why they do. Because in first world country, leaders are held to a high standard of accountability, transparency. So they shape the economy based on that narrative, accountability and transparency. No corruption. That is what shaped the three most prominent countries that Jamaica seek to migrate to. When you look at America, Canada, and England, government officials are held to a high standard of accountability. And so what that does, it offers a good society, a strong economy. And so people can live and go there and get jobs and better themselves and their families back in Jamaica. No, we would want that same thing to be happening in Jamaica, and it can. But we have to move these corrupted elements, these forces of nature that seek to destroy Jamaica at all costs. And until we accomplish that task, Jamaica will be in the hands of these monsters. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right. Before I bring in Pastor Ricky, after Pastor Ricky get his time, we are going to ask the panel going forward, because we have so many clips to go through tonight. Want we just keep it tight within the 3 minutes frame. So, but before Pastor Ricky comes in, right? The whistleblower had spoken about Chin, and as it relates to this person also associated with Christopher Tufton, Donovan Williams, right, and Andrew Holness. So we are going to show another evidence, right, where this person, again, is corrupted and mixed up in the United States, where he is now currently facing certain trial. Let us show this evidence as well.
Oh, you want me to go? Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Okay. You want me to go? Are you? All right. Let me just say this real quick. Listen, Lady Pinks and Sir Melton Pot, the Prime Minister lacks HR skill, human resource skills. He lacks management skills. He puts consistently recruit criminals to serve alongside of him because he's a criminal. And even if he draft you to come into his party or selected you to come in his party and you weren't as corrupt as you're now, eventually you will become corrupt as the moments and the time go by, because once you surround yourself with this prime minister, the DNA of corruption is automatically going to engulf you. As Justice Seymour Panton says, that those who comes in the parliament and are on that side of the aisle, once they drink that water, they automatically, something is wrong with them. But on a serious note, when you look at these two buildings that the Auditor General flagged for over $451 million that was empty, these are money laundering that they use to pass money to entities that are non-existent, like Sir Byron says, shell companies. And if you look up the definition of money laundering, you will understand that's what was happening. When you look at Malafool had to pay rent for a building that was only occupied 30% of $4.5 million. They're all getting kickbacks, the permanent secretaries, the prime minister, and the MPs, and these are embezzlement of taxpayers' money. And when you look at First Rock, Dollar Financial, SSL, Paul Cheng Young and Associates, they're all the same players. These are all Ponzi scheme to rip off investors while they get fat and rich overnight. So I'm going to stop right there so you can move on. But I had to say more, but I'll just leave it for another time.
All right. Thank you for that, Pastor Ricky. Let us show another evidence as it relates to what the whistleblower said, right, to show that the whistleblower was on point with his information, speaking about the corruption as it relates to MedTech and the persons who were involved with the high level of corruption. And look here, people, we can't make up this. Honestly, I mean, look here. Jamaica has to be aware now of who Andrew Holness is, right? Andrew Holness is a corrupter, and he held bent, right, in terms of, becomes a billionaire, right, on the backs of taxpayers, right? Very vicious, right? Now look at these people. Money laundering case dropped against Jamaica-born spinal surgeon. But Dr. Kingsley Chin, because the whistleblower spoke about him and the corruption in MedTech, Dr. Kingsley Chin still facing kickback charges in the United States. Now, people, let me tell you something. When we are talking about, right, how Andrew Holness administration is robbing taxpayers' money because of Dr. Dawes, right? Now we understand the MO, the modus operandi, what Andrew Holness had done, right? Because him himself, Andrew Holness, had done it, where he had set up several shell companies. The man who set up the shell companies for Andrew Holness was Patrick Bailey, right? And Andrew Holness used those shell companies, right, as it relates to awarding illegal awarding of contracts, as it relates to certain money funneled through these shell companies, right, through the influence of contracts that awarded to Gavin. Now, what the people must realize that also Andrew Holness and Gavin have been directors in roughly about 3 of Andrew Holness companies. So you see the conflict of interest where Andrew Holness know Gavin over 20 odd years, right? And award Gavin contract. So Gavin is the upfront man that, you understand, do the procurement, right? However, right, the money being paid to Gavin, right, there is kickback under the table that goes to Andrew Holness based on the kickbacks. So this is no surprise now as it relates to one of the associates, right, of the criminal network of Andrew Holness administration. See that he goes to the United States and done the same thing, because this is what he used to as it relates to the syndicate of corruption. So I want people to understand this now, understand where we are going. Look at this now, people. Money laundering case drop against Jamaica-born spinal surgeon, but Dr. Kingsley Chin still facing kickback charges in the United States. So in the United States and carry out the same nasty, dirty behavior that he know from Jamaica. Now listen to this. A federal judge in Massachusetts court has dismissed a charge of money laundering brought against Dr. Kingsley Chin, a Jamaican-born spinal surgeon, and the company he founded, Spine Frontier Incorporated, while castigating the government for bringing the charge in the first place. Now watch this now, people. However, at the behest of the government, the judge has sealed the argument made before the court, although motions have been filed to try and get the grand jury transcripts. Grand jury deliberations are secret and not subject to public disclosure. You want to see how we beat this case? Watch this now, people. The dismissal of the money laundering charge followed the settlement of a civil matter in which Chin agreed to pay the United States U.S. Department of Justice a specified sum, and the DOJ would hold 50% of his company for 5 years. The case against Chin and the Spine Frontier Inc. was brought by the DOJ under the False Claims Act. When you hear that, people, the complaint alleged that Spine Frontier paid kickbacks to Spine Surgeon Consulting with the company. Now, this is what we are talking about as it relates to the saga that is playing out with Donovan Williams holding shares, right, for Carl Bruce. And so then you see that sort of mixture in terms of Carl Bruce getting the contracts, right, winning the bid, bringing in, right, equipment, and then murder the charges on those equipment to the taxpayers. And what will happen now? The kickbacks that go under the table, right, to give these people. Now, here's the reason why we positively know that the kickback, you understand, would have taken place. Now, for a permanent secretary, right, and you are going to sign off on the document as it relates to payment, and you see a drill, you would have been, the permanent secretary would have been in the system and know very much of parts, you know, processes relating to those drills and part equipment, and have an understanding of certain costs. And so then when a cost of $31 million show up to the permanent secretary would have known so that is an overkill. You understand what I'm saying? The permanent secretary responsibility, right, in terms of ensuring that taxpayers' money being spent, you understand, in a very careful way. What the permanent secretary would have done now would have started immediately an investigation in the matter. No, the permanent secretary did not do that. Right? The permanent secretary signed off. Simply mean that the permanent secretary in with the kickback. Because the permanent secretary have what you call computer, internet. And you have Google search engine to say, okay, all right, based on this, let us see what the cost is. To see if the contractor is billing us the right way. Boom! The information is fingertip away, that information would have come up. The permanent secretary now should have turned it down. The permanent secretary would have done that. So the permanent secretary would have aware, you understand, from day one that the drill is not for that money. Do you agree with me, Pastor Ricky?
Absolutely. And one last point. Since this happened in the United States, if the CG, the Consulate General, is part of the kickback schemes,
yes,
and then what goes to the CG will go to Jamaica, to the Jamaica Labour Party. they're gonna flip him. That's
Exactly.
how the feds work. They're gonna flip him and get all that information out of him. There's no way under the sun the feds are gonna work out a deal with you, and you
Okay.
don't give up information.
All right, exactly. So, Melting Pot, do you agree with what I just said?
100%, Sir Byron.
Sister Pinks, do you agree with what I just said?
You're muted.
She muted?
Yeah, she's muted.
Yeah, yes, I do. I agree with you 100%.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Let's move on now. So we are saying that the permanent secretary, as it relates to information at the tip of her fingers, would have done her query and should have found out that the drill is not for that. That cost, you understand, that they put on the drill, right, is totally wrong. And then the permanent secretary would have begun an investigation right in the matter then and there. The permanent secretary didn't do that. The permanent secretary signed off on it, simply meaning that the permanent secretary buy into the kickback. The permanent secretary definitely bought into the kickback. Let us read it. The case against Chin and the Spin Frontier Inc. was brought by the DOJ under the first claim act. The complaint alleged that Spine Frontier paid kickback to Spine Sergeant Consulting with the company, while the money laundering charge was dismissed in October and the civil case settled. The company and Chin still face kickback charges that will go to trial the middle of next year. Take that away. Take that away. Now, Jamaica.
Just to make a quick point that I saw persons commenting in the chat earlier regarding the drill.
Yes.
Somebody was saying that although the drill was bought, they still held on to the bits. So you have to go and rent the bits. Wow. And someone said she had a relative who needed to do a surgery and was given a prescription to go specifically to MedTech to get certain items that they needed. Some of it was rented, some was to be bought, but the prescription was definitely for them to go to MedTech to get these items. And those things should not be.
So that's also more money.
More money. So some things you have to rent, and you have to go directly to them to rent it to get it to use.
Mighty God.
And then,
Daniel.
of course, they're going to clean it up, send it back. More people going to rent. It's just ridiculous.
All right. Now I am going to get into two topics here tonight, people. Watch this. You have seen Andrew Holness came out because Jamaican people not aware of this. I'm going to make them aware tonight. And we are going back to the taxes that Andrew Holness spoke about and battering the People's National Party. Battering the People's National Party. Right? About the increase in taxes. Right? That he has not done any new tax. Right? As it relates to increases. So what Andrew had done as it relates to him hiding behind his words, careful choice of words, to trick the Jamaican people. Indeed, he did not implement any new taxes. What Andrew once had done, that the taxes that already existed, he increased them. Now, Andrew Holness is telling the public lie that under the Portia Simpson-led government, Jamaican pay more taxes under the People's National Party government while Portia Simpson was at the helm. We are going to prove that with evidence that that is a lie. And we are going to show the Jamaican people definitely the evidence. But first, I am going to play it, and I want you to listen to Andrew Holness. We want you to listen carefully in terms of what Andrew Holness said, because we caught him again red-handed, and we are going to prove it to our Jamaican people. Because we want you to make sure you are making an informed decision Listen to him, people. Listen to this clip.
Labour Party has now put in place 10 budgets. And in those budgets, we have not placed any new taxes on the people of Jamaica. We have not placed any new taxes on the people of Jamaica. PNP between 2012 and 2015 would have introduced new taxes on the people of Jamaica, amounting to somewhere in the region of $36 billion of new taxes on the people of Jamaica over their term. $36 billion. Meaning that the government of the PNP reached into your pocket and took out money from you. Since this administration has been in government, we have raised the income tax threshold. We raised it to 1.5, almost doubling it. And that meant that we gave back approximately $28 billion to the people of Jamaica. So the PNP went into your pocket and took out about $34 billion in taxes. We put back into your pocket about $28 billion in taxes by raising the threshold to 1.5. We raised the income tax threshold once more from 1.5 to 1.7, essentially putting back another $9 billion into your pocket. We didn't stop there. We executed a program, the first in the history of Jamaica, and that program was called the Reverse Income Tax Credit. Some of you here would have gotten it. $20,000 paid to 346,000 Jamaicans. Money in your bank account. Yes, this government did that. Put back $9 billion into your pocket. The Jamaica Labour Party has now put in place 10 budgets. And in those budgets, we have not placed any new tax.
I'm glad I researched and found this information, my Jamaican people. We are going to be fair to Andrew Holness tonight. The 4 years of Portia Simpson that he had spoken about, that the 4 years total 36 billion Jamaican dollars. And I want people to write that down. Please write that down for me.
I'm writing it.
Write that down. Pastor Ricky, write it down. So PNP between 2012 to 2015 as a turn to Andrew Holness, dipped in the Jamaican people pocket and took out $36 billion. I want everybody to write it down. Write it down. Watch it now. Look at now, people. A bang around tonight. Let us go to Andrew Holness, the government paper, as it relates to Andrew Holness when he went into power and unleashed, right, the increase in taxes. Let us show the Jamaica. Let's share. Thank you. All right. Let us look at this, my people. Let us look at this. Right? And we are going to show you the evidence. Right? The solid evidence. Him can't come out and refute this. Bangarang us up tonight. Let us show the evidence. Right? Where that tax is concerned. Okay. People, remember that Andrew Holness said within the 4 years of People's National Party, between 2012 and 2015, you know, just heard it, you know, that Portia Simpson government went into the Jamaicans' pocket and charged them $36 billion as tax burden to them. Now watch this paper. This is Andrew Holness, right, first year in terms of the taxes, right, being, right, unleashed in terms of increasing the taxes. So he didn't implement any new taxes like to say, okay, all right, X1 is a tax. He didn't come with an X2. What he did with X1 tax, if X1 tax was said 10%, just for simple understanding, he put like 12%. And I'm going to show you the damage that he done, you understand, in terms of having, right, increases to these taxes. Now, watch this paper. Increase excise in pure alcohol from $1,120 per liter to $1,230 per liter. Give you, here's the billion bracket. So 0,403,000,000 that give him. Increase excise on tobacco product. $14 per stick to $17 per stick. More to follow me no people. What you got from that? 0,826,000,000. Increase in specific XCT on fuel, right? What you got from that? $7,459,000,000. That is the general consumption tax. Apply GCT at 16.5% to group health insurance. To the fact that him raise that tax, what he got from that? $1,884,000,000. Reduce the threshold for the application of GCT and the consumption of residential electricity from 350 kilowatt per month to 150 kilowatt per month. He might have moved the 150 kilowatt, you know. So not have it now. Him get from that 1,498,000,000. Now, him do this in a 2017, you know, people. Now, you have to understand, said, right now, we want to see JPS profit line, you understand, for the year 2024. We know that to the fact that him recently moved the 150, you understand, you are going to see the amount of money that JPS is going to arc up. Look at that, you know, people. Increase motor vehicle license fees by 20%. Reimpose withholding tax and general insurance premium paid by Jamaican resident to non-resident at a rate of 15%, right? $0,990,000,000. Total what? $13,524,000,000. Right? I mean, each year you have to pay this tax. Each year, as it relates to the increase in tax. Now, remember, he said from 2012 to 2015 equal 36 billion. Now, through me can't do maths. Me to ask the panel. You understand? Because he calculated 4 years here. So the panel, me want you calculated $13.524 billion times 4. Quick and fast, tell me. And when we use that 4 year to push a Simpson 4 year, tell me how much you get.
13 point what?
54 billion.
13.524 billion times 4.
We get 54 billion, 96 million over the 4 year period.
Okay, what we want to do now, subtract that to show the Jamaican people the variance of the added tax that Andrew Holness add to Jamaican people.
About total 18 billion and 96 million more.
Look at that, Jamaican people. Andrew Holness never know someone that catch him. I want spinners me board him, and catch him and slip, you know.
We don't count bottle stoppers over here, Sir Byron.
All right, as spinners me board him and catch him and slip, you know. You think go ramp when we are bowling? You never know someone.
Yeah, man, we have him right where we want him, man. Cause him feel like a dunce round yourself, you know. A critical thinker with great mind. And we think alike. So we have him right where we want him.
You know, and tell him to be that. What we just displayed. Make him come out and tell we Jamaican people say lie.
And nearly 19 billion more, you know, him collect than Portia Simpson over that period of time. You understand?
Thank you.
So which government is the better government? Jamaica want to be citizen. Which government is the better government? Handle our affairs. And you want to see him lie and him continuous lie, him trickery and him canatis, but just when him buck up in the titles. Different take people. Remember me tell you, you understand? Because we to protect this and put the information out there to the people. Now, Pinks, when I see something like this, what do you have to say on the information presented? Look at you.
Okay, Sir Baron. First of all, as an investigator who has been trained, and you're very professional in your profession, I know that you know that one of the ways to know a liar is to listen to the sound of their voice. Because inflections of your voice determine if you're telling a lie or if you're telling the truth. Am I not right or am I wrong?
Perfectly right.
Because anybody listens to Andrew Holness, you can listen to his voice and know that he's lying. The other point is this. We know that they have a math problem over that side, all 49 of them. Exactly. So they are math deficient, and we must just call them out on that they have a math problem over there. So, and then because their supporters cannot do math because they intentionally want to keep their voters and supporters uneducated. So they don't understand what we are talking about. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? So there you have it, Sir Baron.
All right, thank you. Right, melting pot, chuck it away, man.
There's two more points. Sorry, dear.
Yes,
two more points, because what Andrew has never put into it is remind us that, remember COVID time, how many people had to pay fines for breaking the COVID rules and regulations?
Yes, Pigs. I'm glad you touched that. Yes.
So let us add that.
That need to be added.
New tax. That's a new tax.
And that's a new
all
tax.
those fines those people had to pay, excluding, and that tax did not include the Floyd Green. He was exempt from paying that tax. What?
And tough tongue as well. They were
and
exempt.
Tough tongue, yes. They were exempt. Other Jamaicans and Warmington. Thank you, my brothers.
All right.
They were exempt from paying these taxes.
Exactly. A wonderful presentation from our lady speaks there. Of course, melting pot. Hold on a melting pot. Because I brought you in and we want to be fair. Now, Pastor Ricky, take the role and then we have melting pot juggling.
Yeah. The truth of the matter is every government has to collect taxes. You need taxes to run the government, to run the country, to pay for programs, to pay public sector workers. You have to collect taxes. So we should have known that's ludicrous, foolishness coming out of his mouth. No country on the face of the earth can run, sustain an economy without collecting taxes. Taxes is also what funds the budget apart from exports. So it's amazing how labor rights just, and I try not to be disrespectful, because we never always went to college and get the knowledge or read the Bible and get revelation. But it's amazing how them ring bell and cheer and celebrate when lies are told to them face directly, insulting their intelligence. The taxi man them right.
Pal-
The taxis, the taxi operators, them have $1 billion in taxes what them are gonna collect from them. Police are harassing them daily. Brake light, a lug missing from your rim. Every little thing them I look for, and these are indirect taxes. The prime minister never knew
Eating a chicken sandwich while driving.
right,
Eating a chicken sandwich while driving.
so much taxes the people them bird. This is a tax and spend government. One last point. He never knew, or he must have forgot because he's incompetent, that Audley Shaw Ministry Paper 1717 was public information that everybody can go and look it up. And you will see that the raised taxes on tobacco products, alcohol products, fuel, petrol products, them raised taxes on group health insurances, them raise taxes on electricity, where them drop it from 350 megawatts to 150 kilowatts, and motor vehicle and accessory fees. Those, I mean, the paper is right there in the parliament with the billions of dollars that they generate in taxes, and those taxes run concurrently every year since 2017. So when him come out and tell lie, this is what turned me off from this man. But they even listen to him, I tune him out. The only time I listen to him, I want to come on the platform them. And they even post them or I'm foolishness on my social media page them, because he's insulting the Jamaican people's intelligence. And appear lying. Listen, he's the devil, the Bible says, is the father of lies. Jesus says Satan was a liar from the beginning. But this is the devil's son, bro. Devil. He's a liar from the pit of hell. Back over to you.
Blessings for that, Pastor Ricky. Melting pot, sledge it down.
Yes, I want to also add one more tax from Anisha, the phone bill tax of 8 million per month.
Yes.
When we have a plan system where you can just put $1,000 on your tax for the whole month, but fee won't go up to 8 million. But there you have it. But as it relates to what my host, Sir Byron, said, as it relates to these people and education over that side of fence, remember, the man that started everything is Bustamante, and him said them prefer selfish over education, and I think that still stand amongst the labor rights.
That's true.
But selfish is in scarcity. So education scarce over that
And
side of the world.
expensive, no?
Yeah.
And expensive. So some of them can't even mention more education. You understand? So when we see all the mayor from over Portland, I remonstrate where Big Mama said to him when Big Mama correct him. He said, no, I can get it out of that.
Yeah.
I can take 70 out of 10.
Labor
So
rights.
what you expect?
My God.
That is their curriculum. You understand, of understanding maths.
Fully done.
Okay?
Exactly.
They are fully done. But I just want to say to the GLP supporters, it's time to wake up and smell the coffee. Because your leader, Andrew Holness, he doesn't care for you guys. The people from the underprivileged society who are holding on to Andrew Holness' coattail were full of shit. Him no care for no, him just a walk the tail and a full of face of shit. You understand? And a time no ease off of that coattail. Because that coattail can't even taste like oxtail. It's rotten with corruption. You understand? So I want you to have a new perception, a new thought process of what you want for the future, of your kids, and your grandkids. Even if you don't want nothing for yourself. Think about your children and your grandchildren in the future going forward. Remember, we are seeing where Jamaica is attaining a low percentage in the CHC examination in our region. We are seeing Jamaica now cannot participate in the global space of technology because our kids are not being educated. to facilitate such environment with their skills. So we are looking at
Amen.
Jamaica now back in the Stone Age, where it's coming from, where our great leader, Sir Joshua Michael Manley, took us from, where he liberate the minds of our people to think constructively and not think in a dark place like what Bustamante said, selfish over education. The Jamal program was such an invention that it offers Jamaica the platform to start to educate themselves. And we have seen where that program elevate Jamaica to world stardom in spelling bee competition. They had to ban Jamaica. We won that competition in Miami so many consecutive years. And we not just one, we run 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4 and 5 too. We were the champion in that space during that period of time, coming out of the Michael Manley era. But what the labor right has done, they have shelled that down to nothing. Nothing. They have brought our education system to a halt. People like Royal Reid, Flavel Williams, Andrew Holness, and previous members of the Jamaica Labour Party before the statistic is there to prove to everyone how many of them went to prison for stealing from the education system. So it's a culture with them to keep Jamaican people dunce so they can manipulate the Jamaican society and use it to their benefit. Because when you have people who cannot speak to challenge these corrupted men, like what we are doing now, then they will get away. So we are using our source of media outlet, which is social media, to tell these Barabbas it's time to get out of politics. You are not wanted anymore in our political land space. You are not credible to serve the Jamaican society. And the Jamaican society need to see the back of you as like now. The entire Jamaica Labour Party cabinet should resign tomorrow morning. Start sending in a petition of resignation. So come Monday morning, it can be tabled in the House of Parliament.
Beat the desk like
you can dissolve Parliament now. Andrew Holness, 109 days leave before Parliament dissolve on the 10th of September. But for you to leave with any semblance of credibility, the only thing you can do right now is throw in the towel. You and your 48 Alibabas. Throw in the towel. Free Jamaica out of the bondage we want to wrap Jamaica in. Stop suffocating the life out of the country and the people. The country needs to breathe again. And the only thing that can give that back to Jamaica is when all of you corrupted criminals leave the space of our politics and face the judicial system. Because we see where people from around, learn to dance a yard and gone abroad, gone to the same dancing, but them get caught over there because, as I said before, first world country deal with accountability and transparency. So this guy, King's Chin, think that he could have carried the same dirty mentality when learn in a Jamaica from these criminals in high office into America space and get away with it. No. You see where he had to settle a specified some amount of money and also give the DOJ 50% of his company over a 5-year period and still have a court case pending. So these people don't deal with shambolic government like what we have in in Jamaica. These people deal with real authentic government. People who, if they slip, they slide at the hands of the law that govern such country. Not like the bogus law where we have in Jamaica, where we have two laws. One for the common people from the underprivileged society and one that protect the 10% affluent. We have to move that, scenario that they create. We have to go back to a one law system. If the youth from the underprivileged society, I stop calling ghetto, I make sure all the people get a more recognized transcript of who they really are. You are from the underprivileged because they have taken away all the privilege that you should have, that our foreparents fought for, that Sir Joshua Michael Manley gave to us as a self-reliant society. They have taken that away. Yeah? So it's time we have back the one law system where everyone is held accountable for the action as it relates to crime in our country. Any form of criminal activity. It can't just be the underprivileged from the underprivileged community that are in our penal institution. It has to be across the board where everybody is treated equally.
Equally before the law.
No unbalance of the scale. And I rest my case and yield the program to another member of the panel.
Melting pot. I want to let you know, when we have a panel like this, when we have things, when we have a Pastor Ricky, a melting pot, we can't run around us. Can't. All right. Where we are going right now, right? Now I want people to listen to this. Remember, Andrew Holness loved the corruption. And Andrew Holness loved to associate with systems that deals with corruption. Let us prove it in terms of what I'm saying. Now, let us find this clip, honey. All right.
Big up, Sir Jeffrey in the comment.
Yeah. Yes, Jeffrey, big up yourself. Andrew Holness career and
oh yeah, make me talk, big up yourself.
Make me talk, big up yourself. Let us show the Jamaican people how Andrew Holness love to indulge with corruption. Without any delay, let us play that.
As a result of the Prime Minister's tremendous professional career, personal integrity. Prime Minister's tremendous professional career, personal integrity, commitment to the task of honorable achievement. By the authority vested in me by the state of Delaware and the Board of Trustees of Delaware State University, Prime Minister, I confer upon you the university's highest honor, an honorary doctoral degree of humane letters with all the rights and privileges there.
No, I mean it's quite clear enough. You understand? When you have Henry Morgan, you understand, giving promotion, you understand, then I mean it is what it is.
That's not Henry Morgan, man. That is a big old lump of lard.
Corrupt person, another corrupt person.
Why do you play that? Why do you play that? Look at Henry Morgan who promote him. Look what happened to Henry Morgan and open the next speaker. Let's go to the next speaker. Look what happened to Henry Morgan.
So, mighty God.
Look what happened to Henry Morgan. Look what happened to Henry Morgan. Who just promote Look what happened to Henry Morgan, but just promote the Prime Minister.
Prosecute Delaware State.
See, that's the evidence of people. Prosecutor. Delaware State University officially changed registration status for out-of-state student casting school millions. Corruption enough. Dover, Delaware, a former Delaware State University official admitted to taking bribes to lower tuition for out-of-state students, costing the school and taxpayers millions of dollars. Fiscal Martin, working in the registrar office at Delaware State on Wednesday, She pleaded guilty to bribery after swindling the university out of $3 million. Each year for more than 4,000 students attend the university. Out of them, several hundreds took part in a bribery scheme, several of them, to lower their tuition with the help of Martin. I am at loss for words. What can you say about that? Former student Justin Thomas said, Martin pleaded guilty to one count of federal program bribery in federal court. She was accused of accepting upwards to $70,000 in bribes from students over a 4-year period from 2013 to 2017. So I wonder how much Andrew Holness pay him.
Why you for wonder, Byron? Is how Andrew Holness find him.
The truth is, everywhere the Prime Minister go, even at Delaware State, everything get corrupt when go around, man. A year Delaware State University about it, and as soon as the Prime Minister go there, go register corruption.
But he want the university, he want Jamaica University, you understand, to give him the award, you know, and university say no, but you got to we are gonna give you.
But look how long Delaware State is in existence. A donkey years the school about, but as soon as the Prime Minister go register there, corruption hit the university.
Well,
what that also melting pot?
Henry Morgan just tell him say is honest and full of integrity. Henry Morgan's grandson just tell him. You understand? What's it now? Look how honest the Prime Minister is. Watch this now. Watch this now. People wanna watch Andrew Holness. I want to see if Henry Morgan grandson right in terms of what I must say. I want to watch some people. Look how we are going now. Who wants to know?
Prime Minister Andrew Holness has taken a bold step by challenging the Integrity Commission's ability to investigate public officials for illicit enrichment. In a surprising move, he's asking the Supreme Court to strike down parts of the law that give the IC its power, claiming it's unfair and unconstitutional. Holness argues that the recent report from the IC, which looked into his financial dealings, was not only wrong, but also released with bad intentions. He believes the report, tabled in Parliament, was meant to embarrass him and damage his reputation. This challenge could have major consequences, as it might also affect investigations into the other politicians. Holness isn't just defending himself, he's fighting to protect his business and charity organizations as well. Now it's up to the courts to decide whether the IC overstepped its boundaries and if the law needs to be changed. This case could reshape how public officials are held accountable in Jamaica.
Sounds like he has something to hide.
It certainly raises eyebrows when a sitting prime minister takes legal action to challenge a law designed to investigate corruption among public officials. While Andrew Holness claims the Integrity Commission's IC report was intended to embarrass him and was done in bad faith, the move to have the law declared unconstitutional could easily make people wonder if there's more beneath the surface. Whenever a leader pushes back this strongly against an investigation, it often leads to speculation about whether there's something being hidden. Instead of addressing the report head-on and clearing his name through transparency, this legal battle could give the impression that Holness is trying to avoid scrutiny. Of course, he's entitled to defend his reputation, but fighting the IC in court opens the door for more questions and doubts about what the report might have revealed. In situations like this, actions can speak louder than words, and to some, this legal maneuvering might seem like he's not ready for the full light of accountability.
I wonder if he realizes that the general election is next year. Is he planning to win again while acting so suspiciously regarding the Integrity Commission, even though he has many party supporters defending his actions?
It's definitely a risky move for Andrew Holness to be challenging the Integrity Commission, IC, so aggressively, especially with a general election looming next year. Public perception is key, and when a leader appears to be fighting transparency, it can raise serious doubts, even among some of his supporters. While he may have loyal backers defending.
You know, say Sister Potter come with a weapon tonight, you know, deal with in case, you know. Let me hurry up and deal with Sister Potter and put Sister Potter on the screen here. Sister Pot.
Good night. A productive labor day to everybody.
Yes, you're coming at the space here.
Byron, everybody, good night.
Good night.
I tell you. I'm looking into this good now. This is not one university. A member of parliament, a man member of the health sector. With them allegation, you connected to a doctor which is not even fully a doctor.
Right.
One.
Never finish.
Looking like one of those common sense. The man is alleged that the man is not even, done it intern or whatever. Right? One. The same man is alleged to have a business where I supply medical, pin and whatever. Two. The same member of parliament and that man go to school together. Now, the same person is alleged to own funeral home. Then tell me, my God Almighty, how a funeral home run if you don't have dead bodies?
Hey, well, on the Sister Pot. No. See what Sister. Well, on the Sister Pot. Well, on the Sister Pot.
Our church funeral home.
Because honestly, I didn't even remember that this is the same man.
Yeah, man.
Who owned the funeral home?
Yes, it's true.
To the GLP Church funeral home in a Spanish town.
And been getting contract for that.
So, I don't good laugh, but what may I say?
So much people are dead in the hospital.
When someone talk, whisper you are business, but no public hospital.
My God.
It's alleged that everybody this man work on, then cripple, and then there's 4 days after.
Well, what on the Sister Pot? What on the Sister Pot?
That's where's the Governor General?
What on the panel? What on the Sister Pot? What on the wasn't an allegation, right? Allegation. Claim that Tufton has shares in that business.
Yes.
Oh, what the bung around this? Go on, Sister Pot.
Right now, it's alleged that the same man work on the GG, and the GG the one place.
Yep.
Can't move.
Can't move
on.
It's the whistleblower said it, Sir Byron. He never did.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Hold on, Sister Pat. I think well, Sister Pat, hold on. I think Pinks want to ask a question. Hear what Pinks is saying. Yes, go ahead.
When the children were supposed to get the operation, and the AC was broken in the theater, and one little girl had a twisted spine.
Yes.
And Tufton said she can go to another to UE to get it corrected.
Yes.
Was it going to be him, the same half a doctor, was going to perform that surgery?
But that is something that I'm going to investigate. I'm glad you brought up that sisters things. That is something that I'm going to look into. Now this is serious in terms of your allegation. But you know, I'm going to dig that. All right. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Jamaican people, who don't listen, who don't dissect, who don't ask question. And as I said, question, may I ask you,
yes.
Is it how we can get, all right, like the opposition, who is not in the of the personal, can the opposition get FBI to do some investigation?
No.
No. Investigation in terms of the allegation against the doctor. Not in the parliament then. So put the parliament aside. In the doctors, in the doctor and the business and whatever. So it can't get me there.
No, that can never be done because Jamaica is a sovereign country, right? And they would have to use our internal investigators, right? And on that basis. So the FBI can't just come in. Jamaica is a sovereign country.
Okay. All right.
Unless it involves US money.
And I want them to stand correctly. But my opinion, when we observe, what can just me tell you, every sector in a Jamaica let down we the Jamaican people. One, the church. 2, the police. 3, the soldier. 4, the private sector. 5, all of the agencies let down the Jamaican people who live below crossroad. My question to Uno, what have we done, Uno? Why Uno be so cruel to us? No, you imagine a child sick and go to the hospital, and because we cannot afford to buy the almost $1 million worth of pill, we must get a box. And then people, when you love one dead, before you go to the parlor, go collect the body, you have to search the body if it's missing of parts. Because it's alleged that they might take out dead people bone and do something. So probably when you go your loved one, well, just like casket, if you're examining good, in good and no foot, that piece of foot was gone, so my rib is gone, Tara they gone, and Tara they gone. Because this is a business. What is that of that? Come here, my class. You believe you're going to live forever? You believe you're going to live forever? Why are you so wicked against Jamaican people? Look how much millions of dollars for people have and it can't fix. We yet still mix up in a fraud doctor, fraud dead house. Eh? And you're going to look to know one third girl. And Wallace, I can tell you, your head go bitter.
Remember,
you promised you bitter medicine. Remember, you have be charity we will be a crossroad. Be charity we will remember they are California. Be charity we who live cross below crossroad. And we are near dumpling and butter. Sleep sound when night come. I mean, you. Sleep. And it's easier to go to the eye of a needle than a rich man in the kingdom of God. Call upon the Jamaican people. Whether you are labor right, PMP or no pay at all, please put the politics away. Wake up, look what is happening. We choose, I say we choose a government to use we as a ladder to climb to the top of the building, and as soon as they reach the building, they kick down the ladder. How much there? How much more? Church people, private sector, what have we done? Police officers, 99.9% of them come from poor people. Why you not allow Andrew Holness to do this to one cousin, uncle, some far family we don't know? We've been bragging about crime is down, and 140 persons is being alive by the security forces, and then don't recover 5 weapons. Come on, people. Some of the people are chat about criminals are dead. Yes, criminals are dead. But the biggest criminal in Jamaica is Andrew Holness led regime, the Jamaica Labour Party.
And that's not
Whatever word you ever
Mm.
go to the country, a prime minister being charged with this and that and that, and still a grown say ma pick me and no shame. Paula Llewellyn, and the one when something there, when name Prince, what
Kameka Prince.
Yes. Right? Kameka Prince, what's she name?
Keisha Kameka Prince.
You young lady with your future ahead of you, you contribute to this to the downfall of Jamaica. Because if you understand this, the law is no bigger than the law. Here someone little boy down this one do something. Here no ear no. I don't go for them. I don't put them out there, name their face everywhere. Who is Andrew Holness? If my dad left Jamaica again, then we Jamaica again. That mean there. I mean kill that. Andrew Holness is the worst prime minister. He don't have no education background. He man no liar. He man no teacher. He man no cook. He man not even a good chef. He man no landscaper. And brighter prime minister around there, and they never do that. Not to say the PMP squeaky clean. Not to say the PMP squeaky clean, but never. These things happen. And when PMP in our power, Jamaican people live better. But the thing will happen to enough of Jamaican people, we don't have no ambition. Wait, enough of Uno back then, when Michael Mann, the Guno banana for plant. No, say the banana tap can plant, but no plant it. When they say they don't have no ambition, I will not know better.
All right.
Michael Mann says self-reliance. Jamaican people also where we at now, we can't produce our name all from Paris. When they go find to buy the goods we send out there, import then look the cheapest and the worst. When you buy 1 pound of rice, you want 10 gallons of water to wash it, to make it look like you wash. No garbage, no garbage. Anyway,
all right.
I eat back. And Brian, we want to know, upgrade the program. That's why I have a longer length.
All right.
So we have to go back and reshuffle. Big up Jeffrey, Mr. Boomba Van, Mr. Boomba B.
Miss P, how you doing?
Sister Pat.
God bless you, sister. Welcome, Sir Jeffrey.
Right.
Welcome, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey is with us. So, okay, Uriel. This answer, Uriel, hold the line a bit, because we get the time to introduce Jeffrey to the program. So, hold the line a bit, Uriel. Yes, Mr. Fumbapa and Fumbapi. What's up, Brother Jeffrey? Welcome to the Mystic Sensation. Right.
Thank you very much, Byron. I must say good night to Mrs. Mystic Sensation behind, the lady behind this entire program. Me know Byron not makes me tonight, but it's all right.
No.
It's Mrs. Mystic, because without her, you know, what they said, behind a good man, there's always a good woman.
Besides, not behind. Besides.
Yes, beside, right, not behind. Beside, yes. Beside.
I get that trouble with the ladies.
Democratic immunity.
Right. And I must say good night to Miss Green. Melting pot, the man who char iron like when, you know, not to mention my good friend, Pastor Ricky. Good night to you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Big up yourself,
Right,
Sir Jeffrey.
You know, I sit here and I've been going through so many programs, and I'm gonna tell you something, Byron.
Yes.
Somebody who you may hear me speak about, I won't call her name on air here, called me and said to me, Jeffrey, are you watching Mystic? I said, yes, I was watching it, but I ended up having to do something because I'm at work. And she was saying something to me that I was like, what? So then I went back and I started listening. And it begs to ask the question, as everybody's asking, where is Jamaica's Governor General?
He's injured. According to the whistleblower, his spinal Carl Bruce and them. That's what the whistleblower says. It's not my saying.
And you know something? The acting GG is out there. But the Jamaican people who are paying the GG how much $1 million a year need to know what happens to Jamaica's Governor General.
That's true.
And there was some question asked on your program a while ago. That little baby who had a problem at the Boston Hospital when the aircraft breakdown. Was the Minister of Health, Dr. Tufton, sending that baby to his friend to do a surgery on?
Exactly, the half a doctor.
Half a doc.
Yeah, he never finishes the entire. The whistleblower said.
We also want to know if the half a doc work on the Governor General.
Well, based on
what work on the little girl.
Based on what we are hearing, which of that I can't give out too much information on here because it is alleged, and I don't want to come and say it's alleged. So I won't say anything for that talk to you.
Say it, sir, Jeffrey. We want it. We want to hear. Yeah, what general?
No, you have no. Well, in the past, you have to be very careful. You do certain things, you know, because one of Jamaica's well-known senator, Idiot Amin, has to sue me.
Henry Morgan, great grandson.
No man, is Idiot Amin, one of Idiot Amin bastard pitney.
Rattigan. Tomorrow Rattigan will deal with them case.
Who love to drink syrup from the Labour Party, you know.
The green syrup.
Yes, the green syrup. But on a very serious note though, Mystic.
Yes.
Jamaica is in a very serious state. A very serious state. Because if we can have people who are milking the coffers of this country, a drill that costs, that's 15,000 US, that's 2-point-something million Jamaican dollars. Less than that. And you are going to tell the Jamaican people it's $31 million for it?
Correct. Correct.
And you have a press conference. And neither you, Prime Minister, nor the Minister of Misinformation said nothing to the Jamaican people. And the wishy-washy journalists that they have in Jamaica don't ask no question about the Seaga at the press conference they had at Jamaica House on Thursday.
But Jeffrey, it goes to the art of the wickedness. And let me make this cementing. Andrew Holness gave these ministers 200 and 300% raise. And even although they are getting that raise to do nothing, they are pilfering from the church.
Exactly.
And go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Persons are saying that they bought the drill itself, but the bit is not included. The bit will have to be rented.
That makes no sense. No, sir.
I don't believe that either. I hear the GLP them running with that argument. I don't buy it.
Listen to me. You know, come tomorrow on Byron and my friend program Wilfred Rattigan and Riz Rattigan. You're gonna hear some stuff tomorrow. Some bombshell gonna drop tomorrow. It's like a bombshell drop over here last night.
Yes.
And other places, other social media places, there's some bombshell drop. Come tomorrow at 3 o'clock US time, 2 o'clock Jamaica time.
All right.
You're gonna hear some stuff drop. It's unbelievable.
I'll be there. Can I say something in this conversation? Regarding the Archer Funeral Home. Let me say alleged because I can't deal with the court case right now. I don't have the time. It's alleged that Archer's funeral home, that when a body dies at the hospital, is taken directly to there without the family's knowledge, and then or approval, and then if the family wants to move the body to another funeral home of their choice, sometimes they purposely leave the body out for a day or two to let it spoil. So the family get disgusted about the smell and leave the body there with them to deal with the funeral service instead of moving the body. It's a matter of of what they do. They don't to discourage the family member from moving the body from them.
But what
That's
about
their
the
method.
morgues?
I've
What
heard
about
about it.
on morgues? The hospitals don't operate the morgues anymore. What, they're closed?
Well, listen to me. Based on what I hear, it's been a long while that the hospitals operate in the morgues anymore because there is. Listen to me, Byron. You're not Rocky. You need to open a morgue in Jamaica. You know? Seriously, we need to open a morgue in Jamaica, man. And I have Pastor Richie come and bury the dead.
Yeah. We have a pastor already.
Within 2 years, we are billionaires.
Yeah, man.
What
we do is say when him that pray, with the balls, oh Lord Jesus, and we collect some more money. But on a very serious note, when we realize that this country gone to the dogs.
Exactly.
Gone to the dogs.
In which modern democracy can you have a so-called neurosurgeon operating on people and the medical fraternity in Jamaica does nothing about it? Are they afraid of this man so much? The man is so connected that people in hospitals are afraid of him.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what the Whistleblower said, yeah.
They're all compromised. They're all compromised.
Who said that too?
Yes, I have the tape, I was like, what? This country of ours, and I'm going to say this tonight on this program, this noble program, Jamaicans, I will not come on this program and tell you on my program, our program, and tell you who to vote for. But if you do not vote in this election, do not say nothing. The soul of Jamaica's democracy relies on you, the Jamaican people. For God's sake, go out and vote.
Voting for
For God's sake, go out and vote. And I'm sending a clear message to Mr. Golden and the People's National Party tonight. If you get state power and you do not stand by the Jamaican people, the God above will judge you people.
Exactly.
Because there's absolutely nowhere and no way can we allow a third term from this Jamaica Labour Party government.
I am tired.
And we must stand resolute for this country. Jamaica is hemorrhaging from within. Talking about Wilfred Rattigan and Jeffrey Tavares and all that, and them bring down Brand Jamaica. You know who's bringing down Brand Jamaica?
The Prime Minister.
Andrew.
The Prime Minister and the Labour Party government.
Exactly.
Internationally and nationally.
In which democracy can you have a Prime Minister cannot be certified and he's still on the ballot? He's still on the ballot?
All right.
Yep.
Can we? Come on. Mr. Take your phone call. I'll shut my mouth.
All right. Thank you for that wonderful input, Jeffrey. Right. Love that input. And continue to beat the nail on the head. No, yes, brother Rural, you are in this space. Not Rural, let me take back that because you see the name there. Rural. Get it straight. Not Rural. Uriel. Let me get it straight. Go ahead, brother Uriel, because the Rural they can't call my name.
No, do that, brother.
All right.
But we hear you play on clip a while ago, not too long. And I would like to know, where does this reporter get Andrew Holness and reputation in the same sentence?
No, character. Character. Character.
And reputation and character not work together.
No.
No.
That got nothing to do with the long time. Because I don't know whether you know, as Pastor Ricky said, I know if not even if I'm not from TV or radio, I mean, play. Or be in a car or something, or a taxi or something, I hear, man. Your feet, the user go on and film clip come up when you want to talk. The big driver, them say, please turn off the radio. Me don't hear that when they talk for no reason at all. I don't know why. You might just upset the spirit. Yeah. How can you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And the Prime Minister, I don't know. He can't say nothing about nothing. He can't reprimand nobody. He can't talk to nobody. Anything will happen. He can't. You never hear him come out and say, whatever. If you say, in the on the right side of the law.
Remember in a rural, film corruption taller than for them. So I'm going to go.
No, sir. You don't know if one somebody can be lower than this, but we don't know. The people are sick. Sick, Mr. Brethren. You understand? Even with this drill business that we're going in the leader right now. And instead of them talk about the drill, right? Where we are paid what 10 times or what 30 into 5, that is 6. We are paid 6 times the cost for the drill.
6 times the cost, yeah.
Right? And this man have not come out and said nothing to the Jamaican people. Would them agree with it or disagree with it? Okay? And all of them stop on the side and deflect and do all kind of shenanigans about lawsuit and whatever.
Sure. Don't even listen to that.
As if they have lawyers over there.
All right. I mean, every case where them put knife, we don't lose them. So we don't know what
Exactly. They don't have any lawyers over there.
Yeah, man. They have the well-renowned
reputation, Andrew, and reputation are working at the same sentence.
Exactly. No people.
Nobody should not call reputation where Andrew name is involved. All right.
Okay. You finished your rep?
Yeah, man.
Okay, cool. All right. Now, Jamaica, where we are going, we are going to dig up now the art of the corruption. Now, we want Jennifer Williams to come in front of the class now because we are talking about lawsuit. So the case that we are going to present now. Now, we are going to show, as it relates to when we started, we spoke about how the Andrew administration utilizing what you call shell companies, right? And where these companies, right, being awarded government contracts, right, breaching procurement guidelines and so forth. And as such, right, you have seen where many of these ministries, right, as it relates to their appropriation account that explain the expenditures, right, not being submitted, right? And so then you have the Auditor General is now speaking on the terms of $3 trillion unaccounted for via the process, right? And we are not saying the entire $3 trillion meet that process in terms of nepotism and cronyism, right? But a large chunk of that as a result of what we have seen played out with the drill, what we have seen played out as it relates to TAJ, what we have seen played out with First Rock, and what we have seen is what we call the Jamaica Labour Party MO, modus operandi, a consistent behavior, a particular culture of criminality. Now, we are going to show you something from 2 clips right, to also cement this information. Now, let us go to 18 degrees north, Zara Burton, Donovan Williams, linking with companies with Andrew Holness. Let us show that evidence so that people can understand the relationship, right, in terms of Donovan Williams, Andrew Holness, and we are also going to put Nigel Clark in the mix to show you again how money gets into those foundations, right, and where there is no form of transparency in saying who are putting money in these foundations, right? Jamaica is suffering and emerging from a lot of criminality. Now, let us look at this. Deep dive investigation by Zara Burton, one of the best investigators in the entire Caribbean. MP Donovan Williams, another former director of Positive Jamaica Foundation that I spoke about, right? Still tied to companies linked to Prime Minister Andrew Holness. We want the people to get that and make that cement. Now let us move on. Before becoming a member of Parliament, we are getting into the history. In 2020, Donovan Williams may have been known to Prime Minister Andrew Holness for some time, even if just by association. After all, he is the brother of Mayor of Kingston, Delroy Williams, who has also been a Jamaica Labour Party councillor in the Steve Wright Gardens division within Mr. Holness West Central Andrew constituency for 2 decades. But in 2020, the relationship between MP Williams and Prime Minister Holness seems to have extended beyond politics. That year, not only did the attorney become the secretary of 3 companies, people listen, 3 companies registered in 2020 that link to Prime Minister Holness, but he also became a director of Mr. Holness Positive Jamaica Foundation Limited, where he served for a year. Let us get down. Here is Donovan Williams, people, right? Donovan Williams constituency, Kingston Central, right? Now, despite having served as a director of both, okay. Not reading the link. Link connected. Okay. MP Williams and his role in companies linked to Prime Minister Holness. The companies linked to Prime Minister Holness and on which MP Williams served as secretary include Imperium Investment Holdings, people listen, which was incorporated in June 2020. Now, let me tell people about this, because this is where the art of the criminality lies in Imperium Investment. Why Mystic Sensation is saying that? Let us roll back the curtain a bit and go back to 2008. Remember how Andrew Holness started, right, as it relates to ADMAT. Andrew Holness started ADMAT in 2008, right? And Andrew Holness routed ADMAT in St. Lucia, created this company, shell company, was drafted and created by who? Patrick Bailey. People.
Right.
Now, as a result of that only being a shell company, right, not offering any service in St. Lucia, and pressure, right, came to St. Lucia in terms of making certain situations being corrected as it relates to legitimate investment in the country, right? Andrew Holness now was forced, right, to ensure that he moved ADMAT from out of St. Lucia as a result of the changes. Now watch this now. ADMAT had purchased between ADMAT existence between 2008 to 2011. ADMAT purchased several properties, including, right, the Beverly Hills home that
Oh,
Andrew
yeah.
lived in, the big house, Admont, right? Owned that between the period of 2008, all right, up to 2016. Remember that Andrew Holness started the big house in 2012 and completed it into 2016, completed. Now, why I stop at the Imperial investment? Because Admont was now converted or transformed into Imperium. So what we are looking on here as it relates to Imperium Investment Holding Limited, people, we are actually looking on Admont. Would you agree with me, Pastor Ricky?
Amen. Agree.
Yeah, I've
Okay.
been saying for months that's the graveyard for the financial crimes of the prime minister.
Okay. So people, what you need to understand with this investigation, that Imperium is the reflection of Admont. So every time you're talking about Imperium now, you understand you are talking about Admont. I want people to get that as it relates to Donovan Williams' involvement, which was incorporated in June 2020 and whose purpose is investment in assets of all classes. Imperium sole director and shareholder is Prime Minister Holness. People, note, who holds 600 of the 1,000 ordinary shares. The remaining 400 shares are unallotted according to records at the Companies Office of Jamaica. MP Williams, MP Donovan Williams, not also right involved with Imperium, but is also secretary for where? Estate Bridge Development Limited. What a tangle web we weave when we practice. Here you go. A company registered in July 2020 to carry out general construction. Estate Bridge has as its shareholder Mr. Olin Imperium Investment, which owns 4,001 of the 10,000 ordinary shares. Adam Owner's seemingly his son, who owns 2,000 shares. Mr. Owner's sister, CJ Anderson, who owns another 2,000 shares, and businessman in Montego Bay, Norman Brown, who the Integrity Commission investigator have evidence that Norman Brown, to avoid traceability, put in millions of dollars in ATM machine going to who? Andrew Michael Holness.
4 million.
Holness.
Okay.
Holness.
Right?
Yep.
Now,
Yep.
MP Williams is also secretary of where? Positive Media Solutions. So when Mystic Sensation, when Vumba V and Vumba Va, look at this. When Melting Pot, look at this. Pinks, look at this. Pastor Vicky, look at this.
We're looking.
Now Donovan Williams is the trigger man for Andrew Holness business and corruption. This is telling us that Donovan Williams is one of the primary trigger man for Andrew Holness corruption.
Sorry to cut you, Mystic.
Yeah?
Sorry to cut you. I wonder if we dig deeper into the medical company there that Donovan Williams is involved with. I wonder if we dig deeper if the PM name will come up too. Continue.
All right. Which was set up October 2020 to do media broadcasting, multimedia service, event management, communications, and promotions. That's why you find now that Andrew Holness now, you understand, control the PR stunt, right? Try to control the narrative. You understand? Big Mama, Draws Davis, right? And all these people, right? Try to control the narratives because obviously they are eating out of the trough of the corruption. At inception, Business Mark Azan was the only listed director and was allotted 1 of the 100 authorized ordinary shares. The holder of the other 99 shares was Imperium Investment. People, look at it again. Imperium Investment Holding Limited, whose beneficial owner is the Prime Minister. Holness. Right? Regardless of who want to swing it, and people want to shape the narrative and all of that, what they want to do, right? Andrew Holness, as it relates to investigation, and I'm asking the investigators, Pid, Moko, go back to 2008.
Yep.
If you are not going back to 2008, leave the investigation alone.
Thank you.
Because you are not investigating nothing. Go back to 2008 and ask Andrew Holness to justify how he get money.
To build his house.
In 2008, when Andrew Holness was only the education minister, getting $5.2 million and was able to spend $51 million between the period 2008 to 2011. Buying up all sorts of properties where Andrew Holness got these monies from. 2 years later, on October 31st, 2022, Imperium forfeited its 99 shares and they were reallotted to an Andrew Matthew Holness, which is Andrew Holness' son, who used the same address as the Prime Minister and who, based on reporting in the public domain, appears to be his other son, Prime Minister Holness' full name is Andrew Holness. Now let us leave this here. What Mystic Sensation is showing the pattern of Andrew Holness criminality using shell companies, right, to definitely process all its corruption. And where many members of parliament is following suit using shell companies. And where government contracts being awarded to them. And as such as it relates to these behaviors, we have now $3 trillion unaccounted for. Let us go back now to Nigel Clark. Show you the same pattern of behavior, but in Nigel Clark's case, a little bit more worrying. In Nigel Clark's case, we ask the question, is Nigel Clark's shell company being facilitated by drug lords? Let us look and show you why. Mystic Sensation is going there. All right. 18 degrees north. Let us dig into Nigel Clark. Many people don't know that Nigel Clark, prior to be member of parliament, was also a director in Andrew Holness' company, Jamaica Positive Foundation. Andrew Holness created what we call a training ground for persons who are going to be loyal to him, right, as it relates to criminality, based on what we are looking on here. Now, hear this. The Jamaica's Finance Minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, used a tax-exempt charity for a political purpose. And can he do that? Let us look. There he is. Last month, Jamaica Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, won praise for the country's removal from international grey list of the Global Watchdog Financial Action Task Force. For the past 4 years, he had been the ministerial point person on enhancing the country's counterterrorism, financing, and anti-money laundering regime, including getting Parliament to pass to strengthen monitoring of the nation's non-profit sector. But watch this, people. But an 18 degrees north probe has found that Dr. Nigel Clark own tax-exempt charity deserve scrutiny. With Growth and Opportunity Trust Limited, as I said, these men created shell companies and all sorts of companies to do their bandulism. Set up to serve is Northwest St. Andrew. I want people to particularly take interest of what I'm saying here, you know, and the purpose, his so-called purpose, right, in setting up the Opportunity Trust Limited, his so-called purpose. You are going to see that this company exists contrary to what he set it up for. So this is what this paragraph is telling you. Now, let us read. His Growth and Opportunity Trust Limited set up to serve his Northwest St. Andrew constituency by providing what? Relief of poverty, and to promote the advancement of good citizenship and community development. So you see the mandate of the Opportunity Trust Limited, what it set out to be, has raised more than 91 million US $621,644 in donations from unexplained sources between its inception in 2018 and 2023. It's also spent about 84 million US $581,460 over that same time period, with little indication as to how that money was spent. So I promised to do, as it relates to the company, relief of poverty and to promote the advancement of good citizenship. All the money that is collected, the constituency don't see it. People, we don't say all of the money I want to collect to say that Nigel Clark is, you know, to say that company is the purpose of relief of poverty and to promote the advancement of good citizenship and community development. All of them money are where you see $91 million and $84 million. None of that used for any of the listed purposes or the aforementioned purposes. Let us read that. That note is that the foundation two most lucrative hours occur during election years. Now, somebody is funding and Nigel Clark election, and we are Nigel Clark using, right, this so-called charity foundation, you understand, as a medium, as a means to funnel the money in. People, trust me, I am showing you this. Let's look on the graph. Here's a graph. In 2018, election year, when Nigel Clark is campaigning, what you see here, people? $27.8 million put into Nigel Clark so-called charity. 27.8 million. But after the charity OST, as it relates to this bar graph, right? The money dropped, dwindled down. Right. Look at the people in 2020. General election. Look what happened. Whoops!
COVID too. COVID election.
2020. I thank you for that, Sphinx Q. But this is the art of COVID. The art of COVID. Look what happened. $35.3 million.
Whoa.
The question I'm asking, was any money taken from SSL into this charity? Right? Look at that.
Oh, what a candle where we wave.
Look at that.
Whoa.
I want people, take that away. I want people to see this with the Jamaica Labour Party government. Now, let me give melting pot right, the punch to step in. Melting Pot, step in here.
Yes, my brother. Big up to Jeffrey in the house. Make we talk. Yeah, once again. But you know, Sir Byron, when a man like you and Lonesome and Sir Rattigan and Jeffrey, yeah, Talk Your Mind TV and all these platforms can come up with authentic report as it relates to investigation, which can pinpoint corruption that has been carried out by the Jamaican Labour Party members. It is saying that mainstream media in Jamaica has become lame street media. And I'm calling on, the Broadcasting Corporation to revoke some of these licenses that they handed out to these so-called mainstream media, which we are now interpreting as lame street media. I don't think them can even qualify for Paralympic, the way them lame. Because a lot of water has gone under the bridge, that we are now highlighting as it relates to the high level of corruption that these people have indulging over the years that they have been in office. Now, as it relates to even Nigel Clark, who perceives himself to be an innocent child, and who is so, meticulously well groomed and mannered. Now we are looking at his corruption using a fictitious charity. And we all wonder, why did Nigel Clark leave Jamaica in such a hurry to venture into IMF? But these are some of the reasons why. And there are many more reasons as well. Because we also know he participated in SSL. But, we just have to ask the question, why there is so much corruption and, widespread in Jamaica. It covers so many aspects of Jamaicans' life. I mean, when a young man or a young woman, leave school and go to university and get a journalism degree to enter into media, I think they should serve that fraternity with credibility.
Yes, of course.
Not with impunity as it relates to, favor being handed out to people who should not be given any favor. So we are talking about transparency as it relates to journalism work on the ground, where you conduct your interview to a standard, and where you find negligence, you pursue your investigation line, and you come out and present to the people like what a mystic sensation can do. Because if we don't look at our media fraternity, we have a serious problem in Jamaica, because that's where the information should come from and transmit to society, so that society can be up to date and fully aware of how the country is being run, and who should not be a part of, the process of electoral members that is being duly, given a mandate by the electorate. You can't have these people taking the Jamaican for, willy-nilly, so to speak. Anything goes. You just throw hog food, give them and expect them to eat. Now Jamaican need palatable food on the table. And when we talk about palatable food, we're talking about government being, credible to the society. That's the food I'm talking about. Government should transmit to the society credible information, because they owe it to the society elect them. But we are seeing these men now using Jamaica as a tool to rob. use the country as a tool to rob, use the office that they are elected to serve in as a medicum to rob from the taxpayers. And I'm saying that all of these people that we are calling their names, these people must be held accountable and charged and put behind bars for a very long time. These people should not enjoy the fruit that they stole from the tree. These people must face the penalty like that man that went up to King's House and picked those few little ackee, because these people are privileged. That man was an underprivileged man who never had anything. These people have been awarded 200% and 300% increase on top of their already enormous salary. That's stuck in millions. So these people are not underprivileged people. And it beggars to believe why these people pursue down the corruption line of embezzlement and criminality. And so the full book of the law must throw at them by all means. You have to treat them just like any ordinary youth from the underprivileged society, because these people were given a privilege that is only given to a few Jamaican over their lifetime period. Okay. Becoming a politician is not something that is spread out where you can just go scrape it up. It's a few selected people in Jamaica history get that privilege. So this privilege must be and should be something that these men are held accountable to. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
Thank you. All right. And then you have to respect our ladies. Right. Prince, take it. And then we move to Jeffrey, and then we ask Pastor Ricky to do his, and then we close. So that is the final clip that we had presented. Right. So let us take it to Pinks, then to Jeffrey, and then of course goes to Pastor Ricky for the closing. All right, Sister Pinks, take it away.
Muted.
Mute. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah. Panel and listeners and people in the chat, this corruption is getting so bad. Getting worse and worse every day. As Pastor Ricky said, every week there's 2 scandals every week on average. My Jamaicans, let me explain something to you. I'm in St. James, and I will say this again. There's 3 constituencies that had their posters removed. The 3 candidates who are taking the parish council to court. The 3 constituencies are without water in their pipes for basically a month now.
My goodness.
Right? And when I think this evening of what Sam Sharp went through, I think what I'm going through now is nothing compared to what Sam Sharp and his generation went through. And this no water in the pipe is affecting both TNT, JLP, or the no P. It's affecting everybody. They do not care about us. Jamaica, they do not care about us, because when you look at all 3 candidates, Malahu, 225 of her delegates voted, and only 25 of them voted for her to return to that constituency. So even our own delegates rejected her. When I look at T.Y. Clark, Deputy Speaker of the House right now, and when we look every day what is happening to St. James High School, that he installed a chairman that he's harassing the principal of the school, and it's affecting the education of the students, and it's affecting the running of the school. And when we look at Barracks Road School, who did not have the roof collapse, and the students had to be using a church hall for almost a year. Step students, students preparing to go to high school, they do not care about us. And let me step over into Northwest St. James, the so-called Deputy Prime Minister, because Deputy Prime Minister is at a legal position in Jamaica. Chairman of the party, former Minister of Water, former Minister of Water, and the 6,000 and odd people who voted him into that position do not have water in their pipes today. Right? And he is now Minister of Security, and he is hiding the true numbers of murders from us. He's also hiding from us the information of how many police are actually in the force. Because for years we hear how many people police graduate, but still under the SOEs that we are still under in St. James, we have not received any new police officers. The same thing with Trelawney. My police friends are talking and they are frustrated because they have more work, and less personnel to do it. People graduate, police graduate every year. Where are they? Where are the new recruits? What happened to them? Not to mention the body cameras. Shoot first and ask questions after. They do not care about us. And 4 years ago, when Andrew Holness installed the SOE in the Norwood Division, Andrew Holness stood up in a press conference and said there are only 6 gangs in Norwood, and that is why they are putting in the SOE. That is their excuse. Yet, about 2 weeks ago, the top policeman from St. James said there are 12 gangs in the parish of St. James. How that can be when you have a SOE for 4 consecutive years in the parish? Shouldn't the SOE, although located in one division, be able to eradicate every gang from the parish of St. James? We know that since the murder numbers went down, the police killings went up. And we know that they are laying the ground for an excuse to come in and unalive our young people. We know that. And I'm asked, just like our sister Pat said, I'm asking every police officer, every soldier that goes out on these missions, look in the mirror. Look at your child, look at your son, look at your daughter, look at your mother, look at your brother, look at your uncle, look at your cousin. The person who you might go out there and shoot may not be related to you directly, but they are somebody's son. Their mother brought them into this world. Yes, we want to do your job of investigating each criminal and bring them to the courthouse to get justice. We do not expect our security forces to be judge and jury on the spot and executioner. I'm appealing to my police brothers my police, the soldiers who are going out on this mission. We need to have some mercy. Bring them in. Bring them in. Put them before the court and let the judge and jury decide. And do not have blood on your hands, because when you put blood on your hands, it affects your generation, it affects your children, it affects when that blessing takes you and your family and the generation that follows after you. You wonder why. Jamaica, you see, give thanks to Comrade Paul that you have a device, you have access to internet. Jamaican voters, go out there, do your research. It's at your fingertips, the information is there. Make the right choice. You can't get this wrong. They can't get a third term. I am tired. I am tired and I'm weary. I yield the floor to somebody else.
All
Jeffrey?
right. Thank you for that, Pinks. All right, Jeffrey and the relay, please take it away.
You know, I sit here and I listen to Melting Pot and Miss Green. And I ask myself the question, what sort of Jamaica are we going to leave for our children?
That's the question.
You mentioned journalists. And I will always speak about 3 or 4 people who I look up to growing up. And I think that is why I end up love broadcasting and end up, you know, going on here and chatting some nonsense sometimes. People say to me, no, you're not talking nonsense, you're talking facts. Gone are the days when you used to have a Wilmot Mutty Perkins, a Barbara Blueden, a Winston Babatunda Witter, a Antoinette Harton, a Joan Williams, and others who will do investigative journalism, and they will hammer it home to the Jamaican people. If we do not stand up now, then when will we do so? If we, the people of this country, are going to sit back because we're a member of the People's National Party, a member of the Jamaica Labour Party, we're not going to speak out, then how would this country change? As I say on many occasions, the change that we seek in this country will never come from the 2 political parties in Jamaica. We, the people, must be the change. And if we want a better Jamaica for the future that is coming behind us, then a Melting Pot, a Miss Green, a Pastor, a Mystic Sensation, a Jeffrey Tavares, a Wilfred Radigan, a Wayne Lonesome, and others, we have to do something. Many times I feel like I just come and just chat and I chat and I chat, and nothing is being done. Melting Pot speak about the police and the Moke and all those people. Let me say something to them. Mocha will never investigate the Prime Minister of Jamaica. You will put the evidence in front of them, and they will never investigate the office or the Prime Minister of this country. It leaves up to us who want a future for our children. And that is why you push people to go and sign the Magnitsky Act. Sign that petition. And I will continue to say this, and I make no apology for what I'm going to say. The Jamaican diaspora has become a bunch of hypocrites. Because what they will do, they will see the level of corruption and the level of nepotism in their eyes. And they will see the country spiraling down a path of no return. But yet they're the same ones who will push out and say, the Prime Minister is coming. A contribution of $2,000 for a plate of food. Or $3,000. US, not Jamaican currency. US. And you will hear them speak in the background that, boy, Jamaican iron good, you know. But they are the ones who will come out and push for a big live lumberish dinner, if there's such a word, for them to nyam. While this country is no longer knocking behind Haiti's back door. This nation is no longer knocking behind Haiti's back door. And if we, the Jamaican people, will remember the days of a Marcus Garvey, a Samuel Sharp, and Nanny of the Maroon, a Paul Bogle who walked from Stony Gut. If we can remember the history of this nation and come together, do not be as divided as the politics of this country may suggest, but we must come together as a collective few and stand up for this piece of rock. If we truly love Jamaica, if we truly love this piece of rock in the Caribbean Sea, as our national anthem may say, Eternal Father, bless our land, guide us with thy mighty hand, keep us free from evil powers. And if we truly love this piece of rock, then I say to my Jamaican people, the sound of my voice, who is watching us beyond the shores of Jamaica, from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, if we truly love this country, then stand up for this piece of rock. I'm not going to tell you to go there and burn down places and whatever. No, I'll never say that to you. But we must stand together. Because if we do not stand together, I am sorry. If he calls the election and he get a third term, it will be worse than Zimbabwe. All these numbers that they're giving us about poverty rate is going down. They lied to us so many times that I don't believe them. I do not believe the crime rate is going down. I do not believe that the poverty rate is going down. Because people are calling us every single day asking for help. And so, my fellow Jamaicans, for God's sake, when the election is called, do not stay home. Vote as what the former president of the United States said, as your life depends on it.
And it does.
Vote for this country. Do not vote for a political party. Vote for Jamaica, land we love. Vote for this country for once in your life. Get out there and vote. If you do not do this, then do not expect a mystic sensation, a Jeffrey Tavares, a Wilfred Rattigan, a melting pot, a Wayne Lonesome and others to come out on the airways and fight for you. We have fought you We have given you enough power to go out there. We have shown you enough evidence. And if everything that we're saying was a lie, don't you think that'll take us to court a long time? Don't you think that'll drag us through the courts of Jamaica and the international courts a long time? They can't, because everything that we're saying is the fact truth. Do not sit idly by and let this country that our foreparents fought for go down the drain. Do not do this, Jamaicans. I cry for my country. I'm a very emotional person, and sometimes I hold back my tears. I cry for my country sometimes. We're all Jamaicans. There's nothing wrong with Jamaica that we cannot fix. We cannot continue like this. We have to push forward. Because when we're all gone, let it be said that Mystic and his wife, Pastor, Miss Green, Melting Pot, Jeffrey Tavares, Wilfred Radigan, and others, they have fought for this country like how Paul Bogle and Nani and others fought for this nation. We can't be coming out every day and showing you what is going on. And on the day when the change must come, you sit home. It cannot be like that. So in my ending, because I grew up in a political home, so I'll chat all night. In my ending, I ask you, from my heart, I plead to you, I beg you, for the soul of this country, for the little boys in Rima, the little girls in Jungle, Arnett Garden, Tivoli Garden, from Negril Point to Moran Point, I beseech you all, my fellow Jamaicans, please get out there and vote for this country. Get out there and stand up for this country. No more to corruption. No more to nepotism. No more to cronyism. No more to the abduction of our women and our babies. Because these political leaders will use a 9-year-old, who was brutally raped in this country, use it as a photo.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody. It was a pleasure having you on your program, sir.
Yes. I want to say something before Pastor Ricky comes in the space. Because, we want to correct a particular narrative, because we can't also allow certain narrative to get out there and we don't correct that. One of the things that I want to point out, right, and I want people to follow me tonight in terms of the history of the politics. Michael Manley in the 70s meant well and introduced democratic socialism. And as we know it, was sabotaged by none other than Edward Seaga, using the CIA to bring down Michael Manley progress. That now becomes devastating to Jamaica as it relates to what the Jamaica Labour Party had done, work in conjunction with the CIA to bring down Michael Manley. Now let us move on from there. Edward Seaga went in. And what Edward Seaga done? Edward Seaga, Dan Crawford had created FINSA. As it relates to Edward Seaga borrowed 30 million US dollars from the banking system. Right? Crush the system. We have to remember that after PGA, when PGA goes in, right, as it relates to that was a struggle for PGA to maneuver, dealing with that system, dealing with the pressure that exhibited from the Jamaica Labour Party administration to bring down the country. Now, okay, PJ Patterson came out. We have the IMF, done several things, several social programs, many social programs that no other prime minister has done. And so then here you have Bruce Golding. What Bruce Golding did? Sold most of our assets. And upon selling most of our assets, plunged back the country back in debt. And as such, Bruce Golding fell out of grace with the IMF. We have the evidence, we have the history. And falling out of grace with the IMF, it goes to Portia Simpson, who has to fix that. And as a result of that it goes to Portia Simpson, and Portia Simpson fixed that. What happened now? It goes to Andrew Holness, who Andrew Holness corrupt that. So let me set the argument straight tonight. I'm telling Jamaican people to vote for the People's National Party, because the People's National Party is the party to fix Jamaica. If the sabotage was not intended and orchestrated by the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party administration at any time, any hour, any minute, Jamaica would have even better than Singapore. Let me give another history. There is not one People's National Party member of parliament who has put through the judiciary and ever found guilty. From 1954 until now, we have more than 9 Jamaica Labour Party put through the criminal justice system at the level of their criminality. Remember, we don't even count Andrew Holness period. And if that to be added to it, we'll be looking at a record of over 20 persons processed for corruption. So then you tell me,
hold on, Kirby. You can just interject you 5 seconds. Now you have to add 49 to 9, and give you a grand total of 58.
Okay, there you go. So I just want to set that straight, right? And then I pass down to Pastor Ricky. Go ahead, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron. I'm going to take off my political hat for a moment and put on my pastoral hat. Jamaica has backslidden from biblical principles, teachings, and foundations. And what's happening in Jamaica, we're not wrestling against flesh and blood. It's not human, but it's against principalities and powers, rulers of darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places, as the Bible says. The stronghold that has Jamaica bound can be defeated and will be defeated, because greater is he that lives inside of us, Jesus Christ, than he that is in the world. There is no power on this earth that the Spirit of God cannot defeat. Now, when I read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, which I've done numerous times, and in my studying, in my MDiv, Masters in Divinity, and back in the days when I went to Bible college, papers that are written on certain stories in the Bible, I am 100% confident that the criminal prime minister we have right now will go to prison as the first prime minister in the history of Jamaica to go to prison. There's one thing about God. What's happening in Jamaica right now has nothing to do with the People's National Party. The move of God that's moving in Jamaica right now is God who is bringing restoration to the people of Jamaica. God has seen their tears. He has heard their cries. There's many righteous people in Jamaica crying out and praying to God morning, noon, and night. There is still a few in Sardis that has not defiled their garments. So my fellow Jamaicans, I've read in the Bible many times how God allowed wicked kings to rule over the people because the people turned their backs on God and backslidden from God. One of the big stories in the Bible is when the children of Israel was taken into Egypt by way of Joseph being sold into slavery. For 430 years, they were in bondage. Pharaoh made their life bitter. Every day they cried. They cried for 430 years. And it seemed like nothing was going to happen in their favor until God said, okay, now that I see that you're turning back to me, he raised up Moses, a deliverer, from a basket that his mother put him on the Nile River. And Moses was grown up in Pharaoh's palace, but he was a Hebrew, but he learned the Egyptian way because God was going to allow him to come back into Egypt after he fled Egypt. God used him to defeat Pharaoh. I've read in the Bible where there was wicked kings in the northern kingdom, and God sent his prophets to them to warn them and to communicate, thus saith the Lord. And they had to do what God says. I've read where the children of Israel rebelled against God again, and God allowed them to go into Babylon and be into captivity for 70 years under Nebuchadnezzar and Cyrus and Darius, those kings. God has a way to humble your enemies, but the people of Jamaica has to turn back to God. The national anthem is a prayer. The national pledge is a prayer. We have a prime minister that wants to introduce Obia, which is which is witchcraft, which the Bible says is an abomination unto God. We have a prime minister who took money from the United States of America. It's documented, everybody knows, and $2 billion from Canada to promote same-sex marriage and transgenderism with children in the school system in Jamaica. We have a prime minister that signed the Samoa Agreement that promotes abortion and homosexuality that is displeasing to God. And God is not pleased. That's why so many things are happening, because God wants the people of Jamaica to turn back to him. The prime minister is evil. He's wicked, cruel, brutal, cold-hearted, that sell out Jamaica to the colonialism. He doesn't even want to go to the CCJ because he pledges allegiance to the Queen before she died in 2021. He's on the Privy Council of the King right now as we're speaking. He's not for Jamaica. He has one foot in Jamaica and one foot outside of Jamaica. He sold himself to the devil with the European Union, the EU, the WHO, and other global entities to bring austerity measures into Jamaica to destroy agriculture and farming, to create competitions for our farmers, to destroy education, to keep the people dunce. Not even one school in 9, almost 10 years they build. No education center or things to uplift the people. I am confident. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's gloom and doom, things will never change. I talk to people in Jamaica every day, and I have to correct most of them because them say, Pastor, where I get involved in our politics for? Nothing now going to change. The two parties them are the same. The devil is a liar. The two parties are not the same. All the research we have done, if I believe the two parties are the same, I wouldn't put myself, you know how much hours we spend doing research, coming on the platforms and speaking truth to power. If I knew that the both parties are the same and nothing would be changed, I would be wasting my time. I don't have time to waste. The two parties are not the same. The People's National Party has a leader who has never held the reign of government. I did my research on Comrade Leader Mark Golden before I embraced him. People say I like Michael Manley. I'm not going to say that yet because I have to see how he governs before I make that decision. But I like a lot of his policies and plans. He's about the people of Jamaica. He's going to do things to uplift the lives of the people of Jamaica. And if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't be saying it. We have to give the People's National Party a chance. I hear a lot of comrades that blow my mind, and I'm scratching my head, saying that them now go win this constituents, nothing now go up it. Listen, God is in control of Jamaica. God has never lost control. All the research, Father Lonesome, who've been in the wilderness for years, who inspire so many people now to come to do this blogging online. You have Sir Byron and Lady Anne-Marie who spend hundreds of thousands of hours putting clips and videos and documents together. You have Ratigan. The thing I love about these shows, they put up the information right in front of your eyes. Nobody can accuse them and say lie them or tell. And we collaborate with them, work with them, talk on phone with them, text them. We're all like a community, a family. The whole of it, Sir Jeffrey, all of us. And so what's happening, for those of you who are not spiritual or have a discernment of spirit, God is using social media to bring down the government in Jamaica because they're corrupt. Nobody thought that Donald Trump would be prosecuted. In 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, America ball. Everybody I cried. I can't take it no more. And everybody was shocked when he lost. And I told people he was going to lose. And he did lose. People thought I was crazy. I know he was going to lose because I trust God. The Jamaica Labour Party is going to get a landslide defeat because that's what I feel in my spirit. And I know God is not a liar. And I know what God said is true. Because God is going to bring this prime minister to his knees. So everybody needs to snap out of it. Donald Trump was indicted 4 times. One of the most powerful men in the whole history of the world. He picked up 91 charges and was found guilty on 1 charge. And a judge said right after he won the election that if he didn't win the election, he would have went to prison. Yes, America is imperfect. America is not there yet. They still have biases, prejudice, injustices, all these things. But America is being perfected because God loves America. And I'm not going to give up hope on Jamaica because God, Jesus loved Jamaica. And we're going to see this prime minister in prison. He's going to be the first prime minister to go to prison. He has betrayed the trust of the people of Jamaica. He daily lies to the people of Jamaica. If telling the truth would allow him to win the election, if that was the prerequisites for him to win, he would have lost because he cannot tell the truth. This man is a pathological liar, and you have to be led by the Spirit of the living God to get to that revelation, to see through him when he's talking. Don't lose your hope in God. Trust in the Lord with all of your heart. Lean not to your own understanding. We can't figure God out because they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. God is a spirit. God is going to break the back of this prime minister, and a lot of the prime minister's cronies that you hear what call them out every week on these shows, and I highlight the corruption that they're all in this web. The whole of them are going to prison with him. Remember, I'm telling you that. When I get up here and speak, I'm not speak out of flesh. I'm being led by the Spirit. For those who know me very well, because I not everybody know me. Some people say them know me. But the people that knows me very well know that I live the life. I'm not just talk of the faith. I live the life as a born-again Christian. And I know for sure there is a change coming to Jamaica. God works through people, just like Satan works through people. God has to find a vessel to work through. Throughout the Bible, he works through the prophets of old. He works through his son Jesus. He works through the apostle after Jesus' resurrection. God needs vessel to work through. So when we are in the social media space, researching, communicating effectively, I gotta use it. I know we do this. I God inspire us to do this. So that's why I'm confident that there's a great change is coming to Jamaica. Me, I'm a Michael Manley Heights. The greatest prime minister ever walked the face of Jamaica is Michael Manley, who survived 3 assassination attempts, who stood up in the face of the CIA, who stood up in the face of America with their propaganda and austerity measures to try to overthrow him. No prime minister in Jamaica survived that. He laid a foundation for what we have today. Go back and look at his accomplishments. Prime Minister Patterson came and built on it. Digitalization and reform technology and bring all of that to Jamaica. Mama P came and expand on it. That's the legacy that we have right now. So let me just say something about Zara Burton and close, because now I'm going to put on my political hat. But listen, man, on all the faith, you just have to have faith as the grain of a mustard seed. A great day is coming for Jamaica. Change is on the horizon. The powers that be is falling. They're in their last political days. Them are talk about the 18 years where them are carry belly for. This time them are going to be in the wilderness longer than 18 years. Because I believe Mark Golden plans for housing, for agriculture, for education, for all the social development that this government did not have no social development program because them borrow too much. Over $2 trillion them borrow from the IMF, World Bank, Interdevelopment Bank, and the Caribbean Bank since 2016 till present. And each loan they borrow come with austerity measures to destroy social development. That's why they couldn't build no schools. That's why they couldn't fix no hospitals, because of the conditions that are attached and associated with each loan that they borrow. My last point, Zaraberg, big up yourself. Canada's finest, alongside Sir Byron and Sir Father Lonesome, the best investigational journalist in the whole Caribbean hemisphere, female. Big up yourself, Zara Burton. What Zara Burton revealed that Sir Byron just showed in that article, that Nigel Clark, the former Minister of Finance, had 3 unregulated foundations. They weren't regulated. Nigel Clark was bringing in money for the Jamaica Labour Party. He came to become an MP in 2018. It's in the document. I read her Substack. I read that article. In 2018, he came in and what's his name? Smith. They paid him out $37.5 million on 5. It was consultant fee and buy out the seat and give it to Nigel Clark. Nigel Clark came in and set up 3 unregulated foundation, criminal, and collect so much money and did not list the source of who the incomes came from. $91 million. And in that from 2018 to 2020, 2 years, and raised $91 million in those 3 unregulated foundations. And in 2020, a great withdrawal from those 3 foundations, and the total amount, as Sir Byron read, $84 million was spent in 2020. So Zara Burton is saying, okay, you didn't list the source of funding. We don't know who donate to these charity, but we see a big withdrawal in 2020. Was it for the general election? So was Nigel Clark funneling money to his charity for their election, like they were doing with SSL until they got a crackdown on SSL in 2012 by Mama P. And so when we see Donovan Williams' connection to the prime minister in Estate Bridge, Imperium, and Positive Jamaica, and now we see Donovan Williams caught up in a big scandal that's going to bring down the government in this drill that they overinflated the price, overvalue it, and collecting kickbacks for themselves, and spending less and charging more to the children hospital for a huge scandal. This on a stay there, huge scandal. And the video, I mean the audio you played tonight, Sir Byron, reveals so much. I'm gonna go back over it tomorrow morning as soon as I wake up. I want to be fresh for put out some things in the social media space. But Nigel Clark is a criminal, and they said he's with the IMF. I have no proof of that, but that's what they say. For all I know, he could be in prison in the United States of America, or the feds could have reached him and interrogated him. They said he has diplomatic immunity, so he's untouchable. Listen, nobody is untouchable. Nobody's above the law. Trump showing that said not even him, who was the most powerful man in the world with nuclear codes at his fingertips, was above the law. What makes you think Andrew Holness is above the law? He's just doing that to intimidate you all. That's what dictators or wannabe dictators. First, they get control of the media. They bring them under their influence. Then they get control of the security force. And then the last branch they need to control is the judiciary. Trump failed to control the judiciary, or else America wouldn't be America who it is today in his first term. And Andrew Holness has failed to control the judiciary. It's the judiciary that saved America from Trump, and it's the judiciary that's saving Jamaica right now from criminal Andrew Holness.
If I may, just 1 minute before you go, if I may, Pastor Ricky, I agree with you in everything you're saying. But one of the things that I would say to you tonight, Jamaica has a corrupt judicial system. A very corrupt judicial system. And what that man did was to hide the salaries of the judges, because he knows what is going to come. You see, he knows what is going to come. So the first thing he did was to hide their salaries. America go by the rule of law. What does we go by in Jamaica? We have Patrick Bailey right now, who will never drag through the court pertaining to anything he does.
My learned friend, as I said, I have confidence in the Most High God, and I ended it because God is the one who's in control, and He's gonna do what we think we not me, but what many think He couldn't do. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right, let me just say something. And Jeffrey, as it relates to your inputs, we're glad that you're passing through Mystic Sensation for the first time.
Thank you for having me.
But when it comes to the criminal justice system, one has to understand that it carries. There are three categories of the criminal justice system.
True.
Right. You have the investigation. You have the prosecutorial area, and you have the judiciary. But people need to understand that if the investigators chose not to investigate, then the prosecutor will not get engaged. And if the prosecutor don't get engaged to put the case into the judiciary, then the judiciary has nothing to try, because the judiciary doesn't go out and investigate. It's the investigators does that. So as to what Jeffrey said in terms of Patrick Bailey out there, What happened is the investigation arm of the criminal justice system that is extremely corrupted. Let us establish that. Patrick Bailey case has not put in to the judiciary. The day that Patrick Bailey case put into the judiciary is going to find him guilty. Now let us prove something here, Jeffrey. If the judiciary was corrupt, as it relates to in terms of your opinion, Mark Golden will not win his case as it relates to 8 times. 7 times that the People's National Party win the Constitutional Court. It's the judiciary who tried that. And the judiciary provided justice. Remember that we have a tight jurisprudence, and I do believe in the jurisprudence. The fact of the matter is that you have corrupted investigators and you have a corrupted DPP. That is the reason why the DPP, right, don't put the case as it relates to the National Water Commission director. If that case did put into the judiciary, that person would have gotten slapped. So what Paula Llewellyn is doing there, you understand, is blocking the pathway, right, to put the case into the judiciary. Let us look at the Crowell report. Who sits on the Crowell report? The investigator came in as it relates to Crowell and Phil, done the investigation, recommend charges. Who sits on it? Paula Llewellyn. So then remember that you have to pass through the corruption to get into the judiciary. And trust me, the corruption is working as it relates to in tandem with Andrew Holness corruption. Now let's just look at the corruption prosecutor. Why you think that the new chief, right, as it relates to the commission investigator, said, look, nobody apply.
Miss Beswick, yeah.
Don't bother apply, because they are looking and they observe as it relates to Andrew Holness' case being got off scotch-free and utilization of statute of limitation and abuse of process that being used by the prosecutor, by the corruption prosecutor. The system know that they are fraud. They are corrupted.
Yeah.
They are the ones who are corrupted, not the judiciary.
Exactly.
I am not saying that you may not have 1 and 2 judge. You understand? That might be siding with Andrew Holness, but that is 1 and 2 judge. But for the greater part of the judiciary, 95%, I will tell you, they are doing their job. Or hence, Mark Golden would never accomplish the victory that he had accomplished against Andrew Holness, right? So then we have to say that our judiciary is working and working effectively. And they know it too. They know it too. The investigators know it too. Why Patrick Bailey cannot be charged? Why Patrick Bailey cannot be charged? Why the prosecutor sits there and allow Patrick Bailey, you understand, wear him back is broad like chap shutter. Him can't touch, because you know why he can't touch Jeffrey? Him cannot be touched because he is the one that set up the shell companies for most of them, the members of parliament, including Andrew Holness. And that's
Amen.
That's the fact. He's the one who set them, set up most of them. So that if you touch Patrick Bailey is going to spill the beans.
And Sir Byron, the reason why Sir Byron, the reason why it looks like nothing is happening is because the Prime Minister is still in office and his government is. But when there's a changing of the guard and there's a new government, a different song can sing.
Definitely agree. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to say that is where the program ends. And I want to say, Jeffrey, once again, big thanks for passing through, make it Mystic Sensation. Please remember something. you want a permanent card, you think you can run the left wing.
No, man. Remember I sent you some documents earlier.
Yes.
We'll talk about it, and I'll explain in detail what is happening here in Montego Bay with that property.
All right.
All right.
You're up alarm for me. Personally.
Yeah, man. All right.
All
right. So Tuesday we'll be on the show again.
Here you go. You hear that?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right.
All right. All right. So we'll talk. Yeah, man. Bye. Bye, Jeffrey.
Sir, everyone in the chat, love you all. God bless you.
Love you. Bye.
Byron, I'll give you a call. I want to ask you something. I'll give you a call.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Cool.
Good.
Okay, guys, before we leave, I just want to talk about Jeopardy, because we don't want to seem as if we're just disrespecting the Jeopardy persons. I'm going to separate it from the Friday show. So I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to do it, because I want to do something separate in terms of maybe, because people have been telling me I need to do something on the healthcare and something to do with health. So I think I'm going to try to come up with a program for that, and then incorporate the Jeopardy portion at the end of that. So with my schedule, it's going to take me some time to work it out, because it took me some time to get my Fridays and Tuesdays together so I can be here. So just bear with me until I figure it out, and then I will give you guys further information on that. But for now, Jeopardy has been taken from the Friday show so that we can have it a bit longer. Now that we're coming closer to election, we need to have a little more time with the show to, give people more information and, give revelations as soon as they unfold and stuff like that. So,
all right.
Just bear with me, and I will give you further updates as we iron everything out.
And love you, my Jamaican brothers and sisters, and thank you to support. Right? We love that. Blessings, everyone. Walk good until you see me Tuesday and Friday. As always, love you, Jamaica.
Bless up yourself. Safe travel on the gravel. As usual, one love.
All right.
Love, respect.